play some D&D.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's be
alright.
level 11.
Play some
All
fucking
right.
D&D, bro.
D&D time.
So when last we saw the Trollskull Six, you had successfully defeated a Flame Legion shaman and his band of fellow warriors who had infiltrated the kingdom, or the former kingdom of Ascalon, the territory now controlled by the Iron Legion Char. Defeated him, reclaimed the crown of the king of Ascalon and his legendary sword Magdair, and used them to put an end to the long-standing curse of the Foefire. In doing so, you also rescued a captured member of an Ash Legion warband, and have now returned her to her comrades at the Ghostwatch garrison and settled down for a long rest. As the next day dawns, there are companies of soldiers moving out, heading back to the Black Citadel. Ritlock has sort of started to get things in motion with the rising of the sun. It is a very militaristic society. They do not sleep in on weekends. So they're heading back to the Black Citadel, and you are free to go with them or go your own way if you wish. But Ritlock once again thanks you for your participation, but says he has some business to attend to, and he will be heading out with the first of the legions that are heading back to the Citadel. The morning is yours.
So what do you guys want to do?
Sleeping.
Why is everyone up so early?
Think I'm gonna go back to sleep now. Bye.
Should we?
I'm gonna
I
walk
don't
into
know.
the pit.
Oh,
Oh, the pit. Good call, good call.
not that bit.
You go over to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell everybody that as
I
everyone
wanna
else goes
look
to
at
bed,
it.
and I'm like, I think I'm gonna head over to the pit actually, and
I'll go
see
with
what they
you.
might have.
Alexa, not
Yeah.
that bit.
Yeah, why not? See if we
Actually,
can
I
fight
do
something.
want to come to that bit. You know, nothing like an early morning pit visit. So,
Hmm.
Yeah, you guys
Pit stop.
walk over to the edge of the garrison, and kind of outside the walls proper is a little depression in the ground, within which is constructed a wooden palisade wall. It's not terribly large. It's smaller than a high school football stadium. It's significantly so, maybe half that size. But you can see that the walls themselves are there's like an outer wall and a slightly lower inner wall, and between them is sort of set a series of braces that form bleacher-like stands where people can climb up these ladders and steps at the edges of the exterior and get an overview of what's inside. On the west end is a series of large cages that have been arrayed to open into a central channel that sort of leads towards the arena floor behind some thick, well-bound wood and iron doors. But the sort of path that comes out of the Ghostwatch garrison and descends to this pit, this fighting pit, ends on the eastern side, where there's just a large sort of main gate that will open onto the fighting floor, and two Iron Legion legionnaires or soldiers are standing outside, just kind of leaned against the wall, spears lean next to them, kind of picking at their armor, getting flecks of rust off the metal, and just sort of keeping an eye out. And as you approach, they nod, don't really say anything.
do we ask them to fight us?
The guards, Brina, you want to fight?
I don't think the guards fight.
Oh,
But we could
They
fight
could.
that one beast thing that they got, the branded beast. That thing looked pretty tough.
Yeah, dude. I'll wave. Good morning. What do you have in the cages today?
The male, there's a male and a female on duty this morning. The male kind of looks you over. Well, we've got a couple of things. Branded Devourer was brought in recently. Somebody went out and captured an Earth Elemental about a week ago. We've got it chained up in one of the cages. There's also a really pissed off bear, if that's your sort of thing.
Hmm.
Kind of fucked up. I think it's been in some fights.
Yeah.
It's just a bear?
It was a big bloody thing.
Okay.
Shaggy brown fur,
unsporting.
real matted. Sections missing, old scars.
Oh,
Sounds
big
like
old
a
bear.
sad bear. Should we just like let him out?
He's not really sad, he's just angry.
Or maybe he's angry
Violent.
because he's sad.
Yeah, sometimes anger and
I don't
sadness are
particularly
closer.
care.
Okay, well, sounds
Fight
like you
a
do
bear?
not care about the well-being of your bear.
Well,
That sounds-
since we brought
No,
it here to
it's-
kill it,
Yeah.
Well, that seems violent.
I think it is a fighting
That's
pit. Do
kind
you
of the
want to fight?
point of a fighting pit is violence.
Yeah, but why would you fight a
Okay.
bear that's already wounded and has matted fur? You should, pick a different
not
creature.
wounded.
It's a rat, like a
Scar.
rabid bear.
Oh, it's rabid. Okay, so it's got like rabies?
It is
I
a
don't know.
rabbit?
It's
Sounds
not
rabid.
sick. It's just
Oh.
old, scarred from a life of fighting. If you
Oh.
want to leave your weapons out here and take it on one, that would be entertaining.
Wait, so you don't fight it
Okay.
with weapons, or you just don't want us to fight it with weapons?
It's too easy with weapons.
At that
But see,
point,
that's what I thought. The bear
female
would be too
guard-
easy.
The female guard speaks up and says, "The point of the fighting pit is to challenge yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can't train if you fight something that's easy to overcome."
the Gallitar.
That makes sense. So what you're saying, I think they're telling us, is we should fight the branded devourer.
I heard the same thing, Gally. I was reading their minds, actually.
Oh, is that what they were thinking? Like, oh, I
Yeah.
want these adventurers to get killed. Let's just have them fight this big creature.
110%.
Makes sense.
Don't
They do call
fight
us
the
mice a
cards.
lot.
Yeah. Fuck it, we both.
Do you have to pay money to fight in this pit?
Just our lives.
No, you just need permission from the commandant.
Do we get financial compensation if we die?
No.
No, you're dead.
What if I have to pass it on to my family and loved ones?
You
That
bring
was
up an
just a
that?
goof.
That
bring
isn't
up an
inheritable.
interesting point. Makes you really think about like the medical plan they should probably be offering to any
If I
combatant.
die fighting a bear, I do not deserve money. Actually, would be pretty cool.
I mean, I can't argue with that. If you, I would be pretty ashamed if you lost to a bear, Rena.
What the hell, Alex? Well, looks like a fucking fight.
I
a
mean,
bear
you become a
with-
giant werewolf. I think that could overcome a bear.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I'd just choke him out and give him a gentle kiss goodnight.
Put
Oh,
him down
yeah.
gently.
Oh, that would be really sweet. Yeah. Maybe you could tame
Listen.
him and then you could have a pet bear, like how Erstegoken
Oh God,
has
no!
the
The dog poo
pet
everywhere is
creature.
enough. Have you seen bear poo? Have you seen it?
No, but
Here
I've
they
also
have-
never seen Air's wolf poo. Maybe they just hold it in. I don't know. Maybe
I
they're
do
just
not
like
think
they're
that is
trained to
true
go.
at all. I'm loving the poop discourse this morning, but I'll fucking fight something if you want.
Yeah, do we want to fight like a branded devourer?
I mean, if it's just gonna hang out here, they're gonna kill it. It's on the slate.
Part of me wants to fight, part of me wants to watch you all fight and yell from the stands. Is there like a seating area? Do you have concessions?
They tell you that there's a very
Their
narrow
eyes are crossed.
stair that goes up to the upper levels, and yeah, there's like some loose boards and benches that are set so you can look down into the pit.
Well,
But
I
just-
do have some new spells I've been wanting to try out, I guess. So it'd be a fun way to do it.
Better?
I mean, I didn't. My new spell won't really help here, but it's always fun to play.
Do you think we should see if Bertie and Kitri want to get up, or
It's like
do you
100.
just want to?
It's more than.
Do you just want to
120.
like? Would it be more fun to challenge the Devourer with just the four of us? Like really push ourselves?
Keytree, where
What?
did everyone go?
I don't know. How are there so many people awake?
I don't
Uh,
know. I don't know.
Do you think there's breakfast here?
I'll see if they have breakfast.
Are we staying at some place? I've forgotten. Or are we just
You're
like
in the 10.
No,
We're in the
Galley's
tent.
yeah, you were in a tent with like a couple of cots in a Char military garrison.
Well, Birdie will don his silver kimono and go in search of some breakfast.
Which one of these kimonos is too short?
This,
Or
I mean, they're all
of them.
All
too
of
short.
them.
As you out of your tent, the flooring at this fort, like a small fort that you're in.
Yeah.
But the flooring seems to be made of large iron plates that are riveted together. So it's like a little bit dirty, like little spots of rust.
I'll have some shoes on. Yeah, I'll put like
Some
little
slippers.
sandals on.
And
But yeah, it's
house
like,
slippers.
Like every surface, like the joints of the walls, the edges of gates and towers all have like large, jagged, like metal serrated protrusions.
oh,
It's all like very harsh metallic architecture.
Version.
You are directed to a kind of large semicircular, almost like an oval shaped building with like a domed top made of canvas that's pulled down tight, kind of staked down and tied down really tightly on the sides, as the mess hall. As you walk in, there are just several very long but very thin tables with very sturdy benches for the large armored forms of Char. And walking all around you are Char of every kind of color, of fur. They're sort of long, almost mane-like hair that flows down from their foreheads down to the part of their back, the large hunch that forms naturally in their shoulders with their very strong necks. They're all walking around in a variety of thick studded leather or chainmail or scaled mail, or some in full metallic plate, most with some sort of helmet, all with at least like one sword and a mace or a battle axe, usually like 2 or 3 different types of weapon, bags of equipment, claws clanking and clattering all over the iron floors. And as you walk toward the mess hall, you get more than a few glances.
yeah. He's definitely like taking care to like mind where the like arms of his kimono and stuff go, and that they don't get like caught on anything. Like he doesn't like bump into anybody that like he's afraid their metal armor is gonna like rip a hole in his kimono.
Yeah,
Wanna
and
cause a
all of the
run.
ones wearing metal armor have like spikes and
Yeah.
razor blade edges all over them. They look like little metal porcupines almost. And as you enter the mess
Kimono,
hall,
little
there
tiny.
are probably like 20 Char sitting in the mess hall, 4 or 5 at each. It's like small groups of 4 or 5 at the tables, and they've just got like whole chickens in front of them, cooked. But yeah, like
Yeah.
sitting on a platter, some skewered, and they just pick it up and they're eating it like corn on the cob.
Yeah, I'll try and find like a little spread of not so meat heavy offerings if there are any.
Is there like porridge or something?
Cheese. There's got to be cheese, right?
Cheese.
Charcuterie.
Birdie like says to himself, he's like, maybe like a vegetable. Is that like cannibalism? It's fine. It's fine. Vegetables, berries, like bread, cheese. And he'll try and just get a selection and bring it back to the tent, to where Keytree is.
We're gonna eat breakfast.
You kind of walk up through the self-serve line. There are a couple of Char standing behind it, ladling from a soup pot, and it seems like it's a meaty stew.
Right.
But there are also a couple of handfuls they can plop down of like berries and nuts that have been found.
Yeah.
They offer a couple of different types of egg
Oh,
that have been
yeah.
gathered.
That's good. Yeah. So I'll get a 2 plates and take it back to the tent.
Okay. Yeah, you guys pass half hour or so sitting and eating and waking up. You hear the sounds of movement and activity all around you, mostly the clang of metal on metal or claws on metal, and people shouting gruff orders, and the general sounds of a military encampment.
Yeah, they're really up and at it this morning, Kitri. I don't know. I thought it was
know what-
Saturday.
Maybe I thought we were maybe going back today. I didn't really know what we were doing, but
Yeah, I don't know. Did you? Where did the others go? Do you know?
I don't know. Do you have a way of contacting them? I suppose we could go looking. for them?
I don't.
If we were
think
them, where
so.
would they go?
In the distance, you hear Alexa say, "Fighting
there-
pits."
Is there like a river somewhere? I know Brina will want to throw something in that.
Just
Is
a simple
there- is
woman.
there-
Like a lake.
What about shopping?
They do like to. There's no shopping here. These people don't have money.
Are we
Um,
near any body of water, Ryan?
I will say that if there's anywhere they can get into like trouble or a fight, I feel like that would be a reasonable
You know
guess.
Maybe-
there's a river nearby.
Maybe we just take a round, maybe walk around a little bit. They can't have gotten far.
Yeah, maybe the river. Honestly, I feel like Brino will go there.
Let's just take a lap. Let's
All
take
right,
a
we'll
lap.
take a lap. We'll take a lap after we eat, obviously.
After we eat.
Gotta burn off breakfast.
Yeah, so we'll eat and then we'll put on our day clothes, as it were. And then
Remove my
head
nightgown.
to, take a lap, like Teacher said.
So as they're finishing their breakfast and getting dressed, you guys have made your way down to the fighting pits. And I misspoke. It's not a branded devourer. It is a branded minion of Kralkatorrik that has been captured and brought back. And as the male char kind of leads you around to the back end of the fighting pit, you can see in one of these cages is what looks like a char. It is a large, brawny, muscular creature with a hunched back, thick neck, the big square jaw with protruding lower fangs, massive curled horns that kind of arc up behind its head, but all of its fur has fallen away and its skin is now a smooth purple sheen of almost crystalline, like a piece of amethyst. And there are large cracks and rents in the skin where once muscle and blood would have shown through is now an almost lighter pink crystalline material that seems to glow from within. Its face has been wrapped tightly in what looks like some kind of leather, almost like a muzzle, very tightly around it, and its hands have been bound behind its back, but it kind of stalks side to side against the cage, and every now and then it throws itself, and you just hear this and the guard just says,
"This is one of the Ghostwatch soldiers. Was caught in the brand. Been wandering it for months, but we were finally able to track him down, and they brought him back here. He's a formidable opponent. Took out several of our warriors. If one of you would like to fight him, you'll have to get permission from the Commandant, but I don't know. I don't see the problem. It's your life."
So we just fight him one-on-one?
If you want to challenge yourself.
Yeah, sounds pretty cool.
What happened to him? Was he a char originally?
Yes. He was part of the Ghostwatch.
Oh,
I'm sorry, not the Ghostwatch, the Brand
Oh.
Watch.
oh,
There's a garrison further to the east that overlooks the Brand. The big,
yeah.
he kind of looks at you all and, the big scar on the land where Kralkatorrik flew over
Yeah.
and destroyed things. This is what happens when the Elder Dragon gets close. He brands creatures, turns them into his own minions. This was one of their scouts.
That is not good.
No, it's not.
Do those branded creatures act in like unison with one another? Do they kind of act smart, or are they just kind of like wild, savage creatures once they've been tamed?
I haven't faced them myself.
Hmm.
My duties keep me here fighting the ghosts along the Great Northern Wall.
Sure.
Although I hear that may not be a problem for much longer.
Heyo.
We
Yeah.
did take care of that.
Why I don't think the Commandant will mind if you fight this creature.
Actually, would you mind if I tried something? I want to see if I can read any of its thoughts.
She's pretty
As long as it
good.
doesn't hurt it. It's your
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, I will try to cast Detect Thoughts on it.
Okay. On the surface level, you sense aggression. Not really rage, but just something more. Because, like, rage tends to come from a place of understanding and frustration at the status quo, or as a reaction to something specific. It's like a conscious thing. This is more feral, more bestial. It's just a wild sort of aggression and fury, more raw. You also feel like just a slight sort of anticipation. You know, not anxiety, but like almost, it's not excitement, but anticipation, I think, would be the right word.
I will try actually and ask it, do you know what made you? And try and probe deeper and see if it has any sort of conscious response.
As you do that, it lunges suddenly towards you, smashing its snout into the edge of the cage. And the cage itself is iron bars, but there's a fairly large square opening between each of the sections, and it manages to cram part of its face through there, and you can see behind the leather wrappings that its jaws are reaching and grasping in your direction.
Cool.
I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
All right.
Uh-oh.
All right. Is this against magic?
No.
Okay. 26.
Ooh,
6.
That's actually not bad.
Yeah.
not bad. Yeah.
You take 2 psychic damage
Ooh.
as this overwhelming force hits you. You kind of rock back a little bit on your feet and have to steady yourself, catch yourself to not go off balance. And there is just this psychic roar in your head. The rest of you hear a very vocal but muffled roar come from this creature. Alexa, you hear a much more magnified, impossibly deep, sonorous sound that's not quite a sound. But you also catch not so much the words, but the understanding of what have we here?
Oh, shit. All right, question time is over.
Wait, what
What did
happened?
you
All I
hear?
did was muffled roar.
Yeah, it's not him that talks back.
Did it-
Kind of like Brina's brother, maybe.
Shut up. Are you serious?
Like the dragon spoke to you?
Something.
Like what happened with Bertie?
Maybe not as much. There was, it's just a brief glimpse, but
But do you say
I can't
anything?
imagine it was the Char talking back.
Do you want to say anything else? Do you?
We better not. Now we really probably should kill it because he's probably looking through its eyes.
Well, the male Char guard at this point is just like,
I think this is enough. We should head back to the front.
You want us to kill this guy?
I mean, not at this moment. I need to speak with the commandant.
Okay.
Yeah, how do we decide which one of us fights it? Do you want to play like a game of rock, paper, scissors, or just
Bro,
like draw
a
lots?
dragon just spoke through the man's mind.
Yeah, but we already knew that
Fine.
branded creatures were linked.
Well, it is different to hear it with your mind,
I mean,
Alexa.
every one of them could be
Yeah.
different. You gotta try.
Yeah, how does Krakatorik sound? Is he like super scary?
Krakatoa.
Or...
Oh, it's
Probably
Okay.
like a dragon.
deep and imposing.
Hmm.
So this char starts ushering you back
Yeah.
towards the front
Yeah,
gate. And when
sorry.
he gets there, he takes a moment, goes over and kind of confers quietly with the female guard. And she just kind of looks like around him at you all, and then looks to him, and they whisper a little bit. She nods, and he just kind of gives you all a side glance real fast, and then he bolts away and starts making his way back into the encampment.
Do you think he's mad because we talked to the dragon?
No, but I think we probably shouldn't leave.
Yeah, Kala, do you know why they would be? Are they mad at us? Do you think, or
The char.
just like, yeah?
Well, you're all pretty annoying sometimes. I mean, it isn't bad.
That's fair.
Probably
Can
more
argue with the
worried
truth.
about the dragon noticing them.
Has anybody seen the dragon since it like branded the place? Like the brand watch hasn't seen it or anything, right? It's just kind of in hiding.
The female guard says, "No, no one's seen Krakatorik since the brand. He flew south over the Blaze Ridge Mountains into Alona. That was where Destiny's Edge fought him,
Hmm.
alongside Glint the Prophet, one of Kralkatorik's scions, it would seem. I don't know. I heard stories. Tribune Brimstone was part of that.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as we know, it's still at Prophet's Fall in Alona." If he came back north, the first people to know would be the folks in Ebonhawk, since they sit between here and there.
Oh, that's not good.
Or nothing will happen there.
Yeah. Like all the non-missing siege equipment.
Oh, right.
As much as I'd
Uh,
love
s-
to see Ebonhawk fall, we've been spending so many years trying to take it. Now this peace tree has us sitting on our haunches. Still, they've got their own troubles to deal with down there.
Yeah, how do you feel about this peace treaty? Are you okay with it? Do you just wish you were still fighting them, or?
Well, I don't really need to fight humans now. I have other things. We have the branded, we have the ghosts. Now that the ghosts are gone, we have the flame. Once the flame is gone, and the brand and the dragons are gone, then we'll see.
Hmm.
Okay.
Do you think about like retirement?
Char don't retire. We're conquerors, warriors.
What happens if you conquer everything?
Then we'll fight each other.
You
There's
guys are
always a
what-
worthy foe somewhere.
What do Char do when you get really old and you have like a bad back or something?
Most char don't live that long.
Oh.
you guys are
Oh.
fucking crazy.
There are old Char, and there are bold Char, but there are no old, bold Char.
I see what you did there. That's pretty good.
It's an old saying.
Hmm.
Well, best of luck, friend. You guys
Yeah.
kick ass. And do scare me a lot, but that is okay.
Yeah, we tend to have that effect.
Can we go back to our friends? Do we need to like wait here for your companion to return,
mean-
or?
We could go talk
Free
to
to
the
leave
commandant.
if you wish.
Yeah, I guess we could talk to the commandant too. I mean, are we going? Is one of us going to fight this thing, or?
Elthor, it sounds like you really want to fight this thing.
I just, I don't know. I'm really curious about the branded, and I've got all these questions. And like the entire time we've been over here, he's had like his paper out and kind of like drawing little pictures of the thing. I don't know. It's just like, it's a great opportunity to test out its battle strength. I've never actually gone to fight against the brand. I don't really know much about their capabilities. And then we're going to Claw Island and then
You
potentially
could just
on to
take
other
him on a
dragons.
date if you've got all the questions.
No, I don't think my girlfriend would like that very much.
Oh, I forgot you have a girlfriend. It doesn't have to be a serious date. Just like,
Can you go on casual dates? How does that work?
yeah,
Well, I mean, you just go as friends.
yeah.
Do you go
Friend
on
date,
dates with friends?
if you're
Sure.
nice. Yeah, go kiss the branded boy on the
I don't think I
mouth.
can kiss him through all the leather. I mean, it's like it's
Oh,
around
that
his
sounds
People are
like
into
a you
that, too.
problem. Okay, either we fight this
Yeah.
motherfucker or we go home. I'm very tired.
Sam.
Is that Birdie and Kichi out wandering around?
Aren't they close to the? Aren't they throwing
At
things
this
in
point,
the
you
river
guys-
without me?
You guys make your way out the gates, and you see your crew kind of standing at the front of the pit.
Oh my god, what are you all doing here? It's
Wha-
dirty here.
This isn't
wanna
where we thought
fight.
you'd be either.
Definitely not causing a
We
problem.
looked at the river. I was certain that you'd be there, Brina.
You see anything good?
There was
No,
some
it's a-
rocks to throw.
it's
There
a
was some good
fucking river.
rocks.
Who cares?
All right, sounds like you're not a team player, but whatever. Kitri and I will go back.
So, what did you all do this morning?
We were going to fight something, and then Alexis read the brain of Big's almost jar, and then we heard the dragon.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah,
Yep.
it's
The
exciting.
usual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
standard.
Sunday
Yeah,
morning.
feeling a
Shenanigans
little,
got serious, as usual.
Yeah. Feeling a little bloodlusty this morning, are we?
Yeah, we went straight for fighting.
I don't know, did the branded
Y'all
bleed?
didn't even have coffee. I mean, you just went straight for it.
we
hoping they would start
relaxed. We had breakfast.
Popcorn.
You guys
Yeah.
just seemed really like on top of the fighting.
I mean, I was curious as to what they might have had, something new. You don't get to see monsters up close. We were usually fighting them. This is the only time we get to really inspect them.
You don't. You
Yeah,
don't
we
get
could
to.
study
You don't
them.
look
Well,
at them
I'll,
when we fight them, Alexa.
Well, I mean,
If
it's a heat of the moment kind of thing.
do they allow wagers on these fights?
Also, are we all fighting, or is just someone or a few?
Seems
What is
one-on-one
this?
kind of thing, I think. Like a real challenge for one individual.
Okay.
Yeah. Do they allow wagers to be placed on said fights?
Yeah, Kala, do you know?
What call it? What,
I don't know.
I mean, I know
There's-
not a lot of you
there's-
have
Why
I
money,
don't
but
think
Would they
there's
not?
rules, Bertie. It's the Char. There's no rules.
there's
Wait,
no
did-
rules.
Is there
Are
gambling
Char
laws in
gamblers?
Escalon?
Char have money.
Do you all
Really?
gamble?
Not to eat.
Everything's so. I mean, on it, you wouldn't know it by the way they dress. That's all I'll say.
Are they not polite?
Everything's so dirty here. I mean, look at it.
Plate
called the
mill
cultural
costs
difference.
more than any outfit you have.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree. I have one jade
Challenge.
ascot that is pretty pricey. Anyways, I am more than happy to cheer on anybody if they want to fight. But I didn't bring the right shoes for that.
Well, now I kind of want to fight it. This just seems really like a great opportunity to learn more.
I mean, I'll
about-
fight it with you unless you really want to go alone.
Are we allowed to fight it together? That would be cool.
I mean,
haven't
you
fought
guys
anything
put together.
together
If we
before.
stacked you guys on top of each other, you'd maybe be the height of a Char. So
Do it like a three-legged race.
I don't know, I
Take both of your legs together.
I don't know if I've ever
Super
seen
funny.
like Kala fully stand up. Like I imagine, like how tall are you fully standing up?
I don't know, like 8 feet tall or something.
Well, that is really big. Yeah.
I'll stand up.
Oh my god.
It's called like
oh,
lifts her hunched back and like straightens her neck out a little. She's a little bit taller than Brina.
Brina
I thought
blushes.
Brina was the tallest person in the party. Holy
Kala, does
cow.
your back hurt from standing like that all the time?
From carrying the fucking team all the time. Holy shit, look at that.
I think if I stood like this a long time, it would start to hurt.
Oof. Okay, here's proposal. Alexa and Galatar go fight the scary guy, and we sit in the stands. I'll eat some popcorn. Bertie, you want to take bets, and we will cheer you on.
That
I
sounds
mean,
cool.
I'll find
Against
somebody
you.
else. I'll see if I can find somebody who is willing to be bet on.
Yeah. Alexa, do you want to go talk to the Commandant, see if we could fight this thing?
Or I can go find him.
Sweet, I'll go with you.
It's heavy.
Well, as you guys are having this kind of long conversation and you reacquaint with Kitri and Birdie, the male guard comes walking back out of the front gates. He's looking a little more relaxed now. He's carrying a long spear in one hand, and he comes down and kind of plants it beside him on the ground and kind of leans on it a little bit and just says,
Well, it's never happened before. Nobody's really provoked that kind of reaction from it. Commandant says because of what you've done for the Char, you can fight it if you wish. Alright. The rules of the pit are simple. One goes in, hopefully one comes out. You gotta challenge
You-
yourself, and this is a very strong creature.
Have you ever had one where none came out?
Probably.
Yes. We've had a
Ooh.
situation where each of the combatants killed another, wounded them fatally.
Wow. The
That's
timing
so
on that's gotta be.
It was pretty impressive.
Yeah. Well,
Like
let's see
top
if we
10
can
for
roll
sure.
some snake eyes, huh? Let's do
Yeah.
this.
There was a very talented human separatist, somebody who was opposed to the treaty before it was
Oh.
officially signed. I managed to
Interesting.
capture them, and they were pretty talented with a spear.
Interesting.
Doesn't seem they were talented enough then, I guess, if they didn't come
Oof.
out.
Well, they killed the warrior fighting them. It was just a well-timed blow. I think he sacrificed himself out of spite, but that's just
I like that.
speculation.
Guess that's one way to do it.
Pretty good.
I give props to the mice from time to time. When they're desperate, they can be pretty tough.
That's true. That's
Fair
true.
enough.
Bertie is scrappy.
I am scrappy, damn it.
You are.
So we
If you're
can
sure
only
about
fight.
this, we can do this, but
So we can
one
only
can
fight the
go in.
creature one-on-one, right? Okay.
Mono,
Correct.
mono.
Alexa, do you want to fight it or do you want me to fight it?
I mean, there's no way I can take a punch in the face.
That's fair.
Get that defense up.
Can Galata take a punch in the face? I mean, normally he's got his
A couple.
shield. He
I'm allowed
rarely
to use
gets
my
hit.
magic, right? That's all cool. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I
Wait,
would hope
yeah
you
or no?
got something. I would hope you had something like that.
Oh
I
yeah,
want
yeah.
the
No.
sword.
Likely to
Do you,
tear
do you
your
think
heart
like
out with
looking
his
at me, I would have
claws.
survived
Did we?
this long
Did
if I
we
didn't
get?
have magic?
I'm sorry, I came late to the party. What's your name?
Decimus.
Decimus. That's a great name. Is it a family
my-
name?
Not even a hesitation.
Oh, that
I
sounds
know.
scary. All right, I'll do it. I'll fight it.
Kind of like pulls his head back and gives you a once over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wanted to follow up just once more. Do you have concessions, or is it more of like a bring your own?
You can
s-
run
snack?
to the mess hall real fast.
They
Okay, I'll
have,
be
they
right
have
back.
whole chickens in there. Bring me a whole chicken, please.
Oh,
I like run to the mess hall and leave with like 7 turkey legs if they'll let
Fucking
me.
becomes the wolf to the mess hall.
I go really fast.
Okay. So as they start prepping, Brina runs for snacks. Let's see, Galatar.
Can I chat up Decimus here for a sec while they're like the other guards are like prepping this thing? Or like
You have a brief moment where you can kind of like follow him around to the back as he starts to prepare things.
yeah, I'll definitely. So you saw our guy's a little scrawny out there, huh?
Well, he and you both.
I agree. Yeah.
Half
I
of your
mean-
party is pretty tawny.
Well, would you like to place a friendly wager on this little bout here?
I mean, You guys did just end the Foefire.
Well, that was mostly me.
Oh, wrong, I guess.
He just
What
you
you
know
have
what he
in
does.
mind?
He reads quite a bit, and I'm like, ooh, you know, what are your books gonna do in there? But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. How much? What's a good betting range for you? Like 10 gold pieces, 20?
Are you betting on your friend or the
I'll
creature?
bet on the scrawny one. Yeah. The book guy.
The book guy.
What a fucking nerd.
Like 20 gold on that.
Deal.
It's gonna be really sad when Galatar dies.
Oh my god.
Okay, I've got so many backup characters. We're good.
That's
Better
not
hop
that
up in the
change up.
stands. You better hop up in the stands and keep your distance.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just eating a turkey leg. I'll go sit in the stands with Brina and eat a turkey leg while I watch this.
Right.
Okay, go, Galatar.
T-Tree's gonna ask Galatar, do you have she's like rustling through her bag because she somehow is like still hasn't filled in her like healing potion thing. Actually, it might be out, but do you need a potion of healing? Do you need anything just like in case?
I believe you
Last
gave me
minute.
a greater before the last set of battles that I did not have to use since we took a short rest. Yeah.
You understand this is like a fight to the death, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I just, if he needed something, I wanted to make sure he had it. I don't think they'd look favorably on like using magic on someone.
This isn't
mean,
like the arena and
You
lions
say
are.
that now.
I
Clerics
like.
aren't gonna run in to save you if
I feel
Goes
sort
back.
of confident in myself. Also, I kind of think this is a great opportunity to learn more about something we could be facing. And honestly, my head is still kind of frustrated. Like that king's anger is still just kind of like, pent up there. Like I'm feeling a lot of,
You
volatile
seem to have a lot
emotions.
of energy this morning, so
I'll
Hey, do be
as
careful though, because like it isn't gonna be good if you want something and then die. Because
Yeah, that's true. That's
yeah,
true.
please don't.
yeah, I will like kind of walking back up to the stands. I'll just walk past Galatar and I'll put my arm on his or my hand on his arm. I'll go, Birdie needs a new pair of shoes, okay? So really go get him, and I'll give him a bardic inspiration.
Love it. That's great.
Do you want the turkey leg?
Yeah, I'm gonna go sit up in the stands now.
No, I was talking to Galatar.
Oh yeah, you got
fuck off.
turkey leg? I haven't eaten this morning. It's probably bad to fill an empty stomach.
Okay, well, you're supposed to wait 30 minutes after. It's fine. Here
Oh,
go.
you are? What?
Yeah, because you get the stomach upset.
I mean,
Oh,
it's
well,
okay.
then here, just hold on to this and I'll eat
If
a
you
feast
vomit in the
afterwards.
field, I don't think it'll matter.
Yeah, if he dies. No,
Everybody
this is a
will
good
laugh,
last
though.
meal. Oh, yeah.
That's
I mean,
fair.
if he's dead, then does it care? Does he care if they laugh?
Probably. I mean, I don't really like getting embarrassed. It's kind of a problem with men in general. Just like
Yeah, toxic
being embarrassed.
masculinity.
Yeah, it
'Cause I'm
can be
toxic.
very toxic. Roland
Yeah.
worked really hard to kind of train it out of me, but it's tough.
It's fine with him.
Don't
Okay,
let
take
having
the
a
turkey
girlfriend
leg.
really go to your head like that.
Yeah,
All right,
Alright.
best of luck, comrade. Please don't die. It's gonna be so sad.
I really hope I don't.
Are you guys
Mhm,
all on the right
fucking
map now?
Yeah, this is a cool
Oh,
fucking
shit,
pit,
yeah.
dog.
So can I go ahead and like, as in preparation of the fight, go ahead and do my favorite of Cormier, and then like as I walk into the ring and they start to like bring the beast in, can I go ahead and do my blade song like as it comes in like preparation, like readying my blade?
Yeah, I'll cue you when that happens.
Okay.
And I'm
Bro.
gonna say too, I'm like facing up towards Birdie and Brina, like on the stands, but because I can see everything at all times, I subtle cast haste onto Galatar.
Ooh. Much
Yeah.
appreciated, sir.
We really don't want him to die.
Now, you feel like a surge of adrenaline, but you don't know
Yeah.
where it came from.
All right.
Yeah, you would have no idea.
Yeah. It
Having
says-
the haste spell, I'm like, oh, this feels
Oh
good.
yeah, I guess you do have it.
I do. Yeah, I just never use it because you have it.
Alex, are you still on the world map?
It's gray for me. Just
You might
gray.
need to reload Foundry because it's not letting me pull you.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Take him away.
Take me away.
A secret place.
Run away.
Take him away. His name's
Yeah.
birthday.
Yeah,
Oh, I can see it now. Yeah, we're good.
Awesome. So as you guys kind of make your way up into the stands, you see that several well-armored char start making their way out of the garrison down towards the arena, and they fill up the stands on the opposite side. Just kind of giving you guys some space and allowing you to view it sort of in a slightly more private setting. You can see they're kind of jostling each other and laughing and pointing at Galatar. You see a couple of them making gestures about how tiny he seems. Definitely some gold exchanges hands.
Can I make my way over to that side of the
Really, dude, it's
arena?
Saw that one coming, yeah.
You see that like some of them seem to be betting on Galatar, and some.
Okay. If that's the case, I'll just.
Yeah, it's not like the whole house is betting against him.
Okay, cool. I'd be like, I'll match
20 to
any
1.
wager.
The odds are 20 to 1.
Bet against me.
Okay.
Atari barely wins, but Birdie makes like 12,000 gold.
Right.
Pay for my fucking sword, Birdie. Pay for my fucking sword, dog.
Oh my god, I forgot about your super expensive sword.
Yeah, me too.
That's coming up soon. Well, 2 more weeks.
Yeah, I will say as Galatar enters the arena, I will like do a little like go Galatar, and I'll kind of get the Pantene look about me and like shake my hair and give him a wink and use a mantle of inspiration on him, give him some temporary hit points.
Damn.
Okay.
Wow, I am super buffed.
There you go.
Might need it.
Right? That's why we're. Yep. I can.
This seems
I
like
got
one of those
other tricks,
Ryan's
too.
like, they might kill themselves. This will be fun traps. So
Yeah,
Right?
I'm
definitely.
excited.
There's no trap about this. You guys walked right into this with eyes open.
Pure
What do you mean? Those are
curiosity.
the best traps.
You know that we're
Cut my life
suckers for
into
those.
pieces. This
So
is
There's
my
a treasure
master's
chest,
sword.
but a spike is right above it. But a
Oh,
treasure
yeah.
chest.
Oh, breathing.
Didn't we
The
have that happen?
the female guard opens the gate to the arena floor, and as you step in, you can see the coarse stone and sand of the floor has been spattered here and there with blood, and there's dried blood stains on the walls, and
Mhm.
it doesn't really smell like, it's not super fresh, but it's clearly a site that has seen lots of abuse, and there are like broken weapons kind of strewn around, like shards of swords and blades and things like that. You see a couple of big char, including Decimus the guard, cross the arena floor and enter the sort of narrow space between the cages. They visually, like, you can see them preparing themselves. The rest of you can't quite see them because there is a tarp covering that area. But you watch as they kind of psych themselves up and brace themselves. And then one of them pulls the cage door open. The other one runs in and grabs this creature. And it's like, seeing them next to each other, it is bigger than they are
Oh crap.
by a good bit. And then the other one runs in and grabs it, and they kind of force it down to its knees. And these are like muscular char and heavy armor. They kind of drag it a little bit, half push, half drag it into the center of the area, out to the swinging sort of gate door that leads into the arena. And Decimus just looks over at you and says, "You ready to go?"
Yeah, and as he does that, I'll start twirling my blade and activate my blade song.
Fucking
I see.
party, dude.
You guys watch as Galatar does a little incantation, and he is now armed with his typical glowing blade. The other guard reaches up and grabs this leather mask, and you can see him kind of fiddle with a buckle at the back.
Mm-hmm.
And in one fluid movement, they slash upward on the restraints that are holding its clawed hands tied.
Mm-hmm.
And the other guard pulls back on the leather mask. It sort of like pulls the creature's head upward at an odd angle, and as it slips off, they fade back and yank the gate door closed in front of them, offering some protection. So go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay. 19.
Nice.
I'm a little nervous.
cut my life into pieces.
You got some buffs at
This is
least.
my
Well,
last
yeah,
resort.
stakes to you. I'm a little less nervous, but yeah.
Suffocation, no breathing.
Yeah, you can make 3 attacks now.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, that's true. Ace. My AC is about to be 30 with my additional new thing I can do.
Oh, bro,
No.
fuck you.
So
You
this
might need it.
hulking
That's terrifying.
purple crystalline char
Woo!
stands to its feet and
God,
flexes
what have
out
we
its
done?
That guy is
long,
big.
clawed hands. It lets out this bellow, and it's this hollow sounding roar. And this sort of glowing purple miasma starts to kind of effulge from it. And as it stares across the arena, its eyes glow with this sort of pinkish purple light, and little crackles of electricity start to arc off of it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It's good.
I don't think
But
should
you
be
have the
easy
higher
this.
initiative,
Start at
so-
100.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. So I go first. Let me double check on what I want to do here. I think I already know, but just to be sure. Yeah, let's actually start off with that. So Galatar will start to run towards it, and as he does, he'll do a little arcane sigil with his hand, and all of a sudden he goes invisible with greater invisibility.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
You've
And-
got twice your movement too.
Oh, that's right. So wait, with Blade Song, that means I have 80 feet of movement. That's so long. Okay. So I'll do that, and then I'm going to take one attack with my sword. And this with advantage, or does this have something other than sight? Like, does this have
Question.
blind sense or anything?
It does.
Okay, well, I don't know that. So here we go. All right, so I'll make it without advantage. And this first one will be for Green Flame Blade.
Oh,
Oh, nat 1.
Yeah.
Woof.
You guys
Alright.
can see the little tick, 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 tick of Galatar's footprints in this sort of gravelly, sandy arena floor as it sprints towards this creature, and Galatar, you watch as its face just tracks your movement.
Oh, shit. Okay.
You can see it watching you, and as you swing out, it just kind of dances to the side slightly, like doesn't even move its feet.
That's a little unnerving. All right, we're gonna make the second attack. Oh boy. All right,
Does not hit.
2 misses. Just feeling it out, trying to.
got
And
one
for
more.
the head, Galatar, the
he's got
head.
one more. One more.
Oh, I do have another attack. I'm so sorry. That's true. Oh no, sorry. That's not accurate. I used that extra action to cast the greater invisibility spell.
Yeah, you also have that
Yeah, are you a D8?
D10 now.
Okay, good to know. I'll save that just in case I need it a little later. All right, boss. Time for you to hit me as hard as you can.
Sorry, I was trying to fix something so I could see a value here. What is... Okay. So yeah, as you run up and take the swing, it sort of like leans sideways a little bit, and then lashes towards you with these very long, solid, almost like a stone or gem-like skin, these long clawed fingers, and it is going to attempt to hit you. That is a nat 1.
Oof.
Hey, I know how that feels.
That is going to hit.
Okay, it's above a 23, or it's a 23 or above.
Yep.
I'll take it the hit because I want to know what kind of damage it does.
Okay. It rolls.
It does 1 shot, 1 kill.
No rules, just right. Out back, Galley's dead.
It rolled 2 1s for its damage, so you take 6 slashing damage. As you dodge out of the way of one of the claws, and the second one manages to catch you on the backswing.
Probably D8s or D10s. That's my guess.
And just 6 points of slashing damage is all it did?
6 points of slashing damage.
Oh, okay. No, like, elemental damage or anything?
Nope, not from that.
Okay.
I do need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Okay.
I think you get +2 Is it check? Let me check.
Yeah, I don't know.
Saving throw. You get advantage on dexterity saving throws from me.
Advantage. 22.
Okay. So you take 8 damage as the second claw hits you, and as it rears its head up, the eyes flash, and there is a bolt of purple-pink lightning that dances down and strikes the ground at your feet.
Ooh, okay.
Are you rolling? Is greater concentration?
Oh, it is. So I need to roll 2 con checks for that. Thanks, Alex.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, totally good.
Easy.
Yeah, the
easy.
concentrator's not working right now.
Okay.
But,
Let's
yeah,
take 2 of those.
and that is his turn, so that brings it back to you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I put in the damage right. So I need to one more thing, sorry. I'm trying to make notes about these things as we fight them, because that was part of the reason I wanted to fight them. All right, well, you know what? Seeing that blind sense, or it has something that is tracking me, and this greater invisibility isn't doing anything for me, I would like to use my bonus action to cast a brand new spell. So Galatar suddenly becomes visible to you. And in place of the invisible Galatar, you now see Galatar with spectral wings appearing on his back and a slight glow covering his body. And I will cast Tasha's Otherworldly Guise. And I will use let's do lower planes.
Okay.
So there's what all it does. Or sorry, I said lower planes. I meant upper planes. I want the one that does charmed.
Okay.
I think I might have said that wrong.
Charmed is upper.
Yeah.
So
upper
you're
planes.
you're immune to radiant and necrotic. Immune to the charmed condition.
Mm-hmm. +2 to AC, and my weapon attacks now count as magical, even though my blade isn't.
Okay.
And I can use my spell casting ability instead of dexterity, so I can add an extra 2 to the attack and damage rolls.
Sweet.
Okay. And having used that for my bonus action, we'll now try this again. This time I'm going to go for the green flame blade again, kind of going at the legs of this very massive thing to bring it down to size.
Okay.
22 to hit.
Yeah, 22 will hit.
So that's 6 piercing damage plus 5 fire damage for 11 points of damage.
Let's see. 11?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if do I need to separate the fire and stuff for this, for the future? Is it resistant to?
It is not resistant to fire.
Okay. Then I'll just give you the points next time. And then I will use my extra attack to attack it with my normal rapier for 23 to hit. And that is 12 points of magical damage. And I will use my third attack to do the same thing. And that is a 26 to hit.
That will hit.
And 13 points of damage.
Nice.
And my resting AC is now 25
Damn.
25.
before shield.
Okay.
Auto
That's
wizard.
impressive. Yeah.
I really wanted that 30 AC, man. I'm really
Yeah,
glad you
yeah,
gave me
yeah.
haste.
Got you there.
That's the dream.
All right. So, you start swinging wildly. Wait. So, did you use an action to cast the spell?
It's a
Bonus.
bonus action for
Oh.
Tasha's.
That's tight.
Yeah, Tensor's is an action, but Tasha's is a bonus action.
That's crazy.
Because
Okay.
they just added it with the new Tasha book.
Yeah.
Tasha book.
Tasha book.
All right.
Tasha book.
Tasha book.
Tasha book. On vacation. No.
If I can read after I get my eyes smashed in a second.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know. You got the AC now. Whole like. more
You win
than
the
a
fight,
wall.
but you're permanently blinded and can never read again.
So I need you to make another dexterity saving throw.
Nerd.
Okay. That is 21.
Okay. not gonna tell me. Oh,
Oh, those are a lot of dice.
I think it's like 3.
Oh, I thought I heard like 4 or 5.
Oh. Would you rather be right?
No.
You-
Absolutely not.
You take 11 lightning damage as
Okay.
you hit it a couple of times, and as you kind of step back to make another strike, it takes a deep breath and lunges forward its head, and out of its glowing maw comes this beam of lightning that arcs across the floor of the arena and smashes into the door on the other side, scorching the wood. But you are able to avoid most of the hit.
Damn, that's pretty tough.
Yeah. And then it is going to try to hit you. That would just hit.
Then I will cast shield.
Okay. That does not hit then. The next roll does not hit. It's a 12.
Hey.
I really didn't.
Alright. So it is back to you.
All right, I am going to make sure that I can do this. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna do another attack with my rapier with the green flame aspect of it.
Hit him with the chair, Galatar,
I
the
am
chair.
not. I'm going to do it as a booming blade. Because I think this is, hold on. Let me make sure the damage is what I think it is.
Oh my God, it's John Cena.
Oh, never mind. Booming blade does thunder damage. This seems like a bad idea given what I know about this creature.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stick with the green flame blade plan.
Good idea. Good idea.
So 23 to hit and 21 points of damage.
23 does hit. Nice.
Okay, so it takes 21 points of damage from that hit. And then I'm gonna keep going after the legs, just trying to kind of hit on the knee and topple it down.
Poke it in the knee.
So another 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
And 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then what to do with the last action? Because I can't cast spells. No, I'll leave it. Okay. So for my last action, I'll just go ahead and make one more weapon attack with my blade going at its legs. And that's a nat 20.
Oof.
That hits, yeah.
Or so that's the 8, and so 18 total points. So that's right.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, okay, I rolled the 2 on the thing. Never mind.
Or to pass the popcorn.
He's looking pretty hurt.
Looking good?
Nice.
Okay. Sweet.
Nice.
Things are going my way so far.
Yeah.
All right. I will, that's all I can do. Actually, yeah, that's all I can do, sorry. Oh, no, wait, I can't do one other thing. I want to bamf into the air. So I want to use my bonus action to Misty Step because I can fly now. I have a fly speed of 40 feet with my spectral wings.
Okay.
So I would like to bamf 20 feet above this creature. And then fly up about 5 more feet. So I'll be about 25 feet above its head.
Okay.
Like, what if this had an anti-magic field?
Bro.
Which is like, yeah, Galatar, go fight.
Yeah, fuck it up, Galatar.
Dude.
Better
Your
to know
silly
now
little
than if we're
sword.
facing a bunch of them, I guess.
Right. Well, I say at that point, I guess we would have had to just jump in and save his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
Or
have been real bad.
Alexa with a
Yeah.
anti-magic field.
Yeah, we would have been super dead.
Yeah, see, I would have just been flying around the arena. This wouldn't have been fun.
I would not have lasted 2 turns.
Okay. That's not gonna hit.
Alexa would have said bye.
That's not gonna hit either. And you should make a dexterity saving throw.
Only a 15 that time.
15 just makes it.
Oh, lucky. Okay.
Is it bad that I kind of want Galatar to get a shit beat?
I
No,
mean,
not at
you know,
all.
Pretty hard.
It's okay. So we don't
That
want him to
happens.
die. But
Yeah.
I don't want
if
him
he's
to
bloody on the
die.
way home, I mean, it'd be
It's
funny.
fine.
It's fair.
Alright, so you take 7 lightning damage.
Okay.
And yeah, he's he's trying to like leap up in the air and hit you, but he can't.
So even being 25 feet up, this guy can kind of like leap up, and I
No,
see he has that kind of range.
he's trying, and it's
Okay.
he's just not able to hit you.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then I will come swinging back down so that I'm like level with him, and I'm going to take a strike at his neck as my blade illuminates with some green fire. And cast that.
As Galatar appears in the air 25 feet up, you see a bunch of the char on the other side go, boo! And then as he dives down to swing, you see a couple of them go, yeah!
Really fickle audience. So that's 20 points of damage on that attack.
How much total?
20. It's 10 for the piercing and then 10 for the first fire.
Okay.
And then my second attack is a 26 to hit. Boy, this is rolling well. Oh, a nat 1 on the damage. So 6 points of damage. And then one more attack.
That'll hit.
Okay. And 7 more points of damage.
Okay.
And this time I will stay like eye level with it, just looking it in the eyes.
Okay. The char cheer for you, staying in range. That's not gonna hit because of your transformation. That's not gonna hit either. Make you a dexterity saving throw, please.
Yes, sir.
It's good to know they can do these eye things a lot.
19.
19, okay. This time you take 9 points of lightning damage,
Okay.
and it's back to your turn.
Okay. Also, I believe I'm tracking this accurately, but is this my 5th turn of combat?
4th.
4th turn of combat.
Well, so
Okay.
you 4 on the counter, I guess.
Yeah, it's round
Okay.
4.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna do the same thing.
Is this transformation thing concentration?
Oh, it is. Thank you. I do need to make a concept. Keep forgetting because that thing's not showing up. So that's the first one. I think it's hit me
2 or 3.
It's never
3
hit you
times?
from more than 20, so.
Right. Yeah. Hey,
Don't roll any nat ones. Okay.
basically.
Yeah, I really can't wait till next level when I can take resilient. Okay. Let's do green flame blade again at its neck on the first attack for 26. That's only 17 points of damage.
Okay.
And I'll take another swipe. 28 to hit. And that's 12 more points of damage. And
It's
then
looking
this time
really hurt.
I'm gonna kind of try to like thrust down through its torso and like a cross slash. Only a 14.
Fancy maneuver cost you, yeah.
Yeah, so that didn't matter anyway. But
Yeah, it takes two nasty hits, and you can see like as you're dealing this massive damage to it, your blade is like stabbing inward. You can feel the hardness of its outer flesh-like substance.
Nice.
It is very solid. It's almost like trying to cut into stone, but you are flaking parts of it off, revealing the more pinkish colored, like glowing musculature underneath.
Kick its dragon ass, Gally! Woo woo!
That will just hit.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast shield then.
Okay, so that will
Make
not
my AC
hit.
30.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Gotcha.
Okay, you pass. So you take 10 lightning damage.
Getting stronger every time.
I was like, oh, it's creeping.
Ace rolling shit on the damage. Lots
Thank
of
goodness.
single digit numbers.
Right. I was like, well, that's scary to think about then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a terrible learning.
Because like I'm
experience.
doing really well in this fight, but my health is still under half.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's chipping you away still. Like that's
Like
what we're
that
learning.
beam
Is like
hurts.
As you're
these are scary.
stabbing into this thing and slashing, and bits are kind of like chipping and flaking off of it, hitting the ground. As each shard kind of hits the sand, there's a little spark of electricity, and the Char get up on their feet and hoist their fists in the air. As it swings towards you, constantly missing, and you dance out of the way, casting your shield, and there's a little spark as its claws rake across that arcane energy. There's also this cheer, both at its vicious attempt and at your skillful evasion. But then you do notice, all of you, as you're kind of all in this together, as you guys are cheering on Galatar, every now and then as that lightning bolt hits, there's a sort of sizzle as a little bit of that energy does affect Galatar, and there's like little scorch marks on his robes, and there are some cheers like "Ah!" from the Char. Just it seems like any good hit or good performance is
Big
something
fans.
that they are in support of. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's a good show.
It was
regardless.
just
Yeah.
a great game, I'm
You
just
know, it's a
happy for
good
both
game.
sides.
That brings it back to
You know,
your turn, Galatar.
Not about winning or
Back to
losing.
my
It's
turn.
I have
And this
fun.
thing looks really fucked up, right?
Yeah, it's on its last legs. You can see like there are big gashes in it. Large chunks have kind of fallen off at this point. It doesn't seem to be panting or gasping for air, and it doesn't seem to be tired. But it's kind of like starting to vibrate almost, like shake in a strange way.
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't sound good. Sounds like it might explode. You know what?
Rocky.
Seeing that it's near its last leg, I'm going to take a little bit of a risk here for fun. And I'm going to drop the Tasha's, and as I do, I'm going to swirl around and form a blade of radiant light in my hand at 5th level, and take a swing at it with my good consort of legend at 5th level. And this time it'll be with the green flame blade too, though it won't let me do it on this. So I have to roll it separately.
It's cool.
Oh, didn't roll. Sorry. That rolling?
No.
Maybe.
Maybe taking a second to come through.
Sometimes you have to tab over too.
Yeah, I tabbed over it. Now it's not. Hold on. Let me try reloading my. Oh, it disconnected from the internet. That's why.
Oh, bummer.
Wow.
1 second. The thing hit me so hard it disconnected my internet. All right. My internet.
Only that were true.
Let me make sure Foundry is back too. But D&D Beyond is loading again. And now Foundry is loading.
Forever loading.
Forever loading. All right, so this should show up, but I won't be able to see it. Oh, did not.
Did not.
Maybe. Guess I can just tell you what it rolls. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
just
fine.
turn on the D&D digital dice. Oh, there we
there it
go.
went.
Oh, rolled.
What do we get? 13?
13 will not hit.
I want to add the Bardic Inspiration to this.
There you go.
If I can.
Don't make your first big hit.
Did
be a
you-
mess.
Did you get inspired?
Birdie
did-
gave me
I
a
did
tap
both
on
of
the
them on him.
shoulder.
Got it.
Yeah.
So okay, I'll roll that. And that is a 6 for a total of 19.
That just hits.
Okay.
Remembering Birdie's words. Birdie needs a new pair of shoes.
That's right.
So that is
Ooh.
5d8 radiant damage for 48.
that'll
Radiant
do it.
damage. Oh, okay. So as he swirls around, arcs in the air, then I won't even add in the fire damage. He'll like cut through the torso this time, but will actually slice through.
Yeah, you guys watch as this radiant blade, kind of etched in green flame, slices through the chest of this creature, leaving a large gash that is radiant in and of itself. And there's a moment where the creature begins to roar, but its body stiffens, almost like a creature being petrified. And then there's just this resounding as this large crack sort of spiders out from that, up its shoulders and out through its back, and it just sort of cracks and falls apart into 7 or 8 different pieces. The Char on the far side, along with you all, I assume, cheer for the exultation of the defeat of this creature. Very quickly, however, the gate where the creature emerged from is pulled open by Decimus and his other guard, and the char in the stands. All right, yeah. They're slapping each other on the back. They just start to make their way down the narrow stairs on the outside and then enter the arena. And as they enter the floor of the pit, they are silent. And they just walk in towards you, give you a couple of nods, and like just respectful nods. A couple of them sort of like just gently, they don't push you aside, but they guide you to the side as this fallen creature is surrounded by an honor guard of sorts. It is lifted by his former compatriots and carried from the arena. You see them kind of start to make their way out. The female guard standing by the door gives a fist across the chest in salute, and as they make their way further away and kind of round the edge of the fort and kind of pass out of your sight, she turns to you all and motions you to come down out of the stands.
I'm glad he didn't die.
Me too.
That was pretty intense, Galatar.
That thing did some freaking damage, man. I felt like I was owning it in that fight, and I'm still really hurt.
Do you need some healing?
That would be great. I'm well below half. Or just below half.
I'm surprised it didn't explode when it died.
I thought it was going to too. Did you see it vibrating at the end there?
Well, I've seen some of them explode, so.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Are they normally like lightning creatures, the ones that you've seen, Color? Do they normally like shoot lightning?
Purple stuff shoots out of them.
Okay.
Good answer.
Stuff usually does shoot out of the purple.
At this point, the female char guard just says, "That was well fought."
Thank you very much. I've been lucky to have friends that have taught me how to do a lot of things.
Galatar, you get 23 points of healing.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I touch his shoulder and give him a 4th level cure wounds.
Thank you, Kitoi. I feel much better now. I think we got some overall good information from that fight, though. Like, we know about some of the attacks and things now.
Only
Yeah,
you would
watching
fight
the-
something just to learn about it and not fight it just to fight it. Because you're not that type of person, but...
Well, as you're talking, he's already pulling out his paper and like making his little notations on the drawing he took and then making notes about it. So it turned to like stone, you said? After it?
It seemed to go kind of rigid.
Yeah.
And then it just cracked and fell apart. And it does seem to be like a strange, almost amethyst-like consistency.
Okay, so it was like the crystal took over and it like shattered into. Okay.
Yeah. It's weird because it's flexible. It can move like a creature. But yeah, there's just a definite stone-like or mineral quality to it. Yeah.
Did that happen with the Sons of Jormag? Or Sons of Svanir?
They had something more akin to glacial ice.
Yeah, but it like when we killed them, their whole body got covered in the ice, or no?
No.
Okay.
No, just the parts that had been before.
Okay. Interesting. So I'll make a little note of that and then kind of like roll up his parchment and start to get back up. So Bertie, did you get the money for your new shoes?
Oh, I will.
Okay. I was really hoping you were betting on me. I wasn't entirely sure, when you were like, go get me a new pair of shoes. I thought there might be a chance that you were kind of rooting against me.
You never know.
You don't.
Yeah.
He likes to keep us on his toes.
The female char nods towards you, Bertie, and reaches into her belt pouch and pulls out like a small canvas pouch. It's pretty small, but she chucks it towards you, and it's got your 20 gold in it.
I thought, is it Decimus?
No, this is the female.
I know the Decimus. I made this with Decimus, right? Did he leave this or something?
He left it for you.
All right.
That's
Would have
nice
liked to
of him.
gloat a little bit, but that's all right. I guess I'll just take the money.
They're on burial detail.
Do you mind if I ask where the burial is taking place? I would like to pay my respects to the fallen Char, if that's okay. I don't know if you allow outsiders in that kind of practice, but
Typically not.
understandable.
But the thought is appreciated.
Sure.
All right, gang. Well, are we
Yes,
ready to head
especially
home? Or...
Yes, after a nice high point for our morning.
Yeah, that was kind
Yeah.
of fun.
Yeah.
I do feel a lot better.
I'm glad you got
You
that out
all
of your
are-
system.
Yeah.
You all are
But then-
free. You're all free to go which way you will. So if you want to
Guess we
head
need
back to the
wander
Citadel,
back to the Citadel.
it's about a day's walk, but it's fairly well kept road, clearly marked, and you came out this way with the Legion of Char, and it's fairly easy to follow their traffic. They tend to leave large ruts and very clear paths where their siege engines travel. So, yeah. Assuming there's nothing else you want to do in the camp, you guys.
No, I think I've derailed us enough.
Was it derail? We knew
I
that was
had to
coming.
That was
build
fun.
that map real fast because I don't have any of the maps in this new world we spun up.
That was impressive.
I had completely forgotten about the pit. I had no intention of even.
Oh
going
no, it totally just popped right in my head. I was like, what? What about the pit? That's a fun morning activity.
That was
I
fun.
failed
Calisthenics.
to the pit.
And I got a chance to test out Tasha's already. I didn't think I was going to get to this session, so that was fun. Solid.
The pit. The pit.
Yeah, so as the sun begins to make its way west behind the Shiver Peaks, you're already kind of in shadow as the mountains obscure much of the sunset. But as night begins to fall, you once again find yourselves approaching. There's a small village, and Bertie, you spent some time here, the village of Smokestead, which is just outside the Citadel proper. And as you make your way through, the couple of Char in the street, walking here and there, delivering last-minute goods, taking care of last-minute errands before the night falls. A handful of them, as you pass through the town, catch your eye and give you a nod. A couple of them actually give you a full-on salute of respect.
Oh,
Just
Bertie.
silently acknowledging all of you as you pass through the town.
Probably towards me, but it's fine. I don't mind if it's if everybody gets.
Little bit.
You earned it, Bertie. You did really well.
Yeah, could we talk about you being the son of Ascalon or whatever?
Are you a descendant of the king?
Right, I
We
am.
have not had time to talk about
We need
this.
to unpack a few things here, Bertie.
Did you know you were the descendant of the king, or?
I mean, I did tell you all I was royalty.
But then you also told us you was a lie.
Yeah, but that was a bit.
And also, you wear really short kimonos, so I mean, a lot
It's kind of the royal thing to do, isn't it? Yeah, that's what the royals do. I'll be honest. I didn't know that I was royalty, but I'm assuming I have to be. And honestly, let's put the pieces together, guys. It makes sense. Everything we've seen. I'm pretty much Ascalon royalty. Yeah.
Well, you are a king in your own right. However,
Yeah. Isn't
Also,
that
a bit
crazy?
A
concerned
little
about
confused
blood.
though. Did Prince Rurik have children? Like, if you're descended from the king, or did the king have another child that made it safely?
Probably
a
did.
lover.
Yeah, I
Humans seem
mean,
to have a lot of cubs just all over.
yeah.
Like, yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
obviously, because here I am, the ghost said it. I'm basically their king now.
I don't know
Oh,
if that is
makes
exactly
sense.
what the ghost said.
I'm
That's
just-
crazy because
yeah.
that's what I heard. That's
I was a little busy, so I believe you. Do I believe you?
Bertie, the ghost king. Maybe I'll work on it. Bertie, the king of Ascalon of old, or something like that.
It's a little long. You've got to kind of shorten it.
Yeah.
Like, make
Yeah.
it snappier.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I'll
you're the king of
workshop
anything with
it.
all the ghosts are gone.
Yeah,
King of
workshop
anything with
it.
all the ghosts are gone.
Like Bertie the Bud really rolls off the tongue. You need something kind of like that.
Yeah,
Bertie
oh,
the-
I'll work on it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Ryan, did the king have other children that we know of, or did Prince Rurik have like a family that when he died continued on the journey that is known of, or anything?
You know that Prince Rurik was engaged to Lady Althea, who was slain before they could marry.
What if
And
they
when
had?
Prince Rurik led a good contingent of Ascalonians across the Shiver Peaks and died halfway, he had not remarried since.
So he was just fooling around, unmarried potentially.
Tench.
You have no
I
idea.
was like, that ain't mean nothing. You don't know what I mean. Birthday.
What if he's like a nephew?
I'm
Does
the
the
king of
have siblings?
Ascalon.
Birthday. But
Let's go
Bertie,
see
do you
you
mind if
try
I
to
ask,
cash
where
in
did you
that.
grow up?
Hmm?
Where did
He
you
said
grow up?
he was a street child in
Lions
Lion's
Arch,
Arch.
yeah.
Oh, but you
Lion's
grew up
Arch.
in Lion's Arch?
Yeah, I
Okay.
grew up in Lion's Arch.
Can we go find your family? Are they in Lion's Arch?
They're all dead. Yeah.
Wait,
I
Big
was
Jim
an
too, or
orphan.
just your biological family?
Well, Big Jim is dead, I think. Last I heard, he got into mix with the wrong crowd. And honestly,
kids.
yeah, well, yeah. And then my family, I kind of did a doobop skadoop away when I was really young, and I ran away when I was very young, and so for all intents and purposes, they're dead to me.
How young is very young?
I was probably
mean-
like 7.
you ran away at 7 years old. Human.
Yeah, but I was very smart child, so
You did not even know how to brush your teeth at 7 years old.
that explains why I have such problems with tooth pain. Yeah.
Does Birdie have like rotting teeth?
They're just black.
That's his fatal flaw. Beautiful in every way.
No, he's got pearly whites. He knows
Horrible dental hygiene.
He knows prestidigitation. There's no plaque.
There's nothing. Bertie, do you
It's
ever
the
want to?
prestidigitation that 9 out of 10 dentists recommend.
Can Kitri insight check Birdie's like royalty, like family vibe thing? What if he's been hiding a side family from us this whole time? LOL.
Yeah, make an insight check. And Birdie can make either a deception or a persuasion check.
Oh, only a 13.
Seems honest.
Bertie,
Oh,
do you
I
ever
can
want to
tell.
see your family again? I mean, I know you said they're dead to you, but you're grown now.
Nah, I don't. No. Not
But they
really.
so bad that like a
I'm pretty sure
7-year-old
they
was
died
like,
in like a fire, like dead in reality as well.
Did you set the fire? Be honest.
No.
Okay.
No,
Insight
no,
check.
I wouldn't do that.
Did Birdie set the fire?
Birdie
Did
started
Birdie
the
kill him?
fire.
24.
I'll put it to Ryan in the chat here. Yeah, he seems honest. He didn't set fire.
Birdie started the fire.
It was always bad.
Since the bird's been.
I mean, but how did you know that they were killed in a fire? I don't know. We won't harm you about your family. Anyways,
I don't know. We still
interesting
got
that you
like 8
somehow-
hours on the road. We could keep going.
Yeah, do you want to answer more questions about your personal life?
Okay. They died in a fire. I didn't really have anywhere to go. So I just ended up on the street.
Wait, you were orphaned?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's never been a lie.
So wait. They died in the fire. Then you ran away from
I was
home.
like, and I was not 7. I was like, 15 or something.
Okay. So you did know how to brush your teeth by that time.
I know how to brush my teeth.
That is hard.
Yeah.
And probably was very scary.
Yeah.
Did you know you had magic at that point?
No, but I
Did you play music?
I had a little like kind of like pan flute that I would really rip one on.
Love that.
And then
Don't think that's the proper term.
I'm a musician. I would know.
Just absolutely rip one.
Yeah, and it starts with
Yeah, that means something else to charm.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
really?
Norn too. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
and
do
then,
not want to be around
They
the
have
Norn
they
when
do have a
they're
heavy
one.
meat diet.
Oh.
yeah, and then I started playing music, and along the way learning how to con people and scheme people. I picked up a little light here, a little prestidigitate there.
Huh. So did someone teach you or just come naturally?
No, it just kind of, I guess maybe that's a royalty thing.
The
Is it
magic
just-
was inside you
The
all
magic was
along.
inside me all along.
The magic was the friends you made along the way.
Well, no, it was inside me, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let us start preparing your royal duties. I don't
I'm
know.
sure
I feel like
I
a
have
parade.
royal matters to attend to somewhere.
Yeah, of course.
Long forgotten,
I don't
but
think so.
well, no,
Ascalon's not like a place, like a human thing anymore. So.
Yeah, probably because Bertie hasn't been
maybe
there.
I need to get it
neglecting his
back
people.
started,
Get that
do
shit
know
together.
I don't think it's gonna go well.
That the last settlement of mostly native Ascalons is the fortress of Ebonhawk.
Should we go to Ebonhawk?
Nah,
Do you think they
we
would
don't need to go
know?
there.
Do you think they would somehow know, like, yeah, you're so and so's? I don't know your parents' names. I'm sorry. May they rest in peace. They'd be like, oh yeah, you're so
Who
and so's
is my
son. Like,
mother?
of course
Oh,
you're.
you're Julie's baby. Of course, I haven't
What
seen
if
you
you're like
since you
the
were this
lost
big.
prince of Ascalon? And then your grandma's gonna come and get you, and you're gonna have to teach her about the ways of lions arts.
Yeah, and there's a music box, and you see ghosts when they.
I feel like the ghosts
There's a lot
kind of
of
sorted it.
anesthesia.
They said I was royalty, They Ascalon born.
But you're going to
I
need
mean,
proof.
so did that one.
The
it was
door.
like
The door, yeah.
We couldn't
In
lie.
Captain Wayland's tomb.
Bertie,
That-
you're a bit of
whatever.
a
Maybe that door
mysterious
just had a
guy.
really low insight, though.
Oh,
But
that's
the
also
door had a low
possible.
bar.
He's
Was
a
a
good
door.
conman.
Yeah, no, that was an Orion thing, and I pretended to be an Or. Nice, no, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Oh, I guess I'm really not
Wow.
that great at remembering.
No.
Oh,
Here's
you
what
think
it
you're
is.
king of both countries?
He's
Oh
the king
God,
of both
don't give him
countries.
that idea.
His
My
mama
God.
was Orion. His daddy was Escalonian. They got
Heavy
together.
Heavy
The
is
party
the
comes
head
to a
that wears
stop
the
as Bertie
crown,
like
you know?
face palms a minute.
Well, in this
Heavy
case,
is
two
the
girls.
head. I
That's
tell you
how
what,
it
I feel
works.
like I've got a lot of responsibility in the past 24 hours.
Man,
Is
now
it
I
two
really want
different
to do some
crowns you must wear?
genealogical research on you.
Yeah, I
Learn
mean,
more about
I
your
feel like
history.
I don't know if we need to do that.
Well, if you're the descendant of the king, you should be recognized. I'm sure the people of Ascalon would do so. Like Rurik
Let
led
him
them
live
across
the
the
life he wants to live. Not
I think
all
he
of
wants
us
to be
want
king.
be
If we're being honest,
royalty.
Brina, like if you want, I think you would like being
He
royalty.
wants to be
Me
king
too.
of the streets, baby.
Now I'm
Hello.
confident that I'm the king of Ascalon. For all intents and purposes, where we're at today. The ghosts basically gave me the crown, put it on my head. You twist my arm, I'll wear it, But yeah, I don't think we need to like investigate that. Ebonhawk, I've heard it's a very dirty place, I've read, so I don't really want to go there.
Okay. Up to
never
you.
I haven't heard anything good about it. So
Carla's
Yeah.
on the same page,
I haven't heard
Yeah,
anything about it.
Kala, the only
I
thing
can't
you've probably
read.
really heard about it from your background is that it is a nigh impregnable fortress with a rather impressive set of stone gates, the archway of which is shaped like two hawks facing each other, wings
Interesting.
kind of out front. They think like the top of the Ark of the Covenant. It's called the Hawk Gate, and it is an engineering marvel.
Maybe we go for tourist purposes. Look at Big Gate.
It's
touring North
I've
Korea.
heard that it's just a really dirty place. There's not much to look at.
What do you mean by
Wonder-
dirty? Like
Just
here? Or
filthy and
sorry, where
honest-
we
you
just
think-
were with
Like
the
you think
charm?
here's bad? Like, oh, I've heard that Ebonhawk just like Because they don't have, it's all in the fortress apparently. So like, where do you put the poo? It's got to go somewhere, and they just keep it there. I think.
Well, that's what the
On the
levitation is
streets.
for. You
Over the walls.
telekinesis it over the wall.
That is
I
a
don't know if they
really
do that.
weird way to use telekinesis, but I guess effective.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe they
smell
fertilize
still
with it.
Oh, that would
Maybe.
make sense.
Maybe.
Well, this has been an
When was
illuminating conversation.
Ebonhawk built, Ryan? Was it built before the fall of Ascalon?
It's
After the fall of Ascalon, I guess.
Well, so
Is there knowledge of that at all?
yeah.
Okay.
This is common knowledge. Let's see. Dominion of Wind.
You know, I could really go for some
Lion's
pizza rolls
Arch.
right now.
Ooh. We got Taco Bell delivered. I was at work for longer than I expected, and then he called an audible and got the taco. I was sad because we can't get the sandwich taco.
Oh, the chicken sandwich thing?
I want to try it so bad.
Yeah. I haven't tried that one. Yeah, they brought the quesarito back though, which is like ultra win.
I just ate my quesarito.
Are you team taco or team sandwich? Have you
I haven't
taken a
tried it
position?
and I don't plan on trying it. That's like stay in your lane, Taco Bell, you know.
Fair enough.
But would you call it a
Stay in
sandwich
your
or
lane.
is it a taco?
I'd call it a sin. You know?
Also fair.
Yeah.
So the stronghold of Ebonhawk was built after Rurik's death, while the remaining Ascalonians were still trying to hold off the Char, and sometime just before the Foefire, before the last city was sacked, the king sent the Ebon Vanguard, it's like the elite soldiers, down to Ebonhawk to reinforce it. And that is when they built the Hawk Gates and really started to make it into like an impregnable redoubt and last bastion of humanity.
So how far
Gotcha.
were we? So when we were in the like catacombs, how far were we? Super far away from Ebonhawk, or was that like
You were
geographically?
You were many days' journey from Ebonhawk
Okay.
overland, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you would have had to cross through the Dragon Brand.
Okay.
I'm sure that's really easy and fun.
You know.
Does everyone who goes to Ebonhawk have to cross through the Dragon Brand, or is there a way around it? Like when Roland went, did he have to go through the Dragon Brand?
Overland, unless you went all the way south to Ilona, like super far out of your way. It's like going from here to Africa to get to Spain. But there is a working Asura gate that Queen Jenna recently, just in the last 20 years or so, has rebuilt and like commissioned to have reconstructed, that leads from the Rurikton district in Divinity's Reach to Ebonhawk.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
So that there is a renewed alliance between the Crichton throne and the Ebon Vanguard, who are effectively the commanders of Ebonhawk.
Okay.
They have very strong ties now.
That's cool.
Yeah, and you would know that having grown up in the city, because there are a lot of trade caravans. You just have to have a special writ of permission to use that gate. Yeah. So you guys eventually make your way to the Black Citadel. You are absolutely allowed in the gate. These massive circular gates, kind of like they roll side to side, and there's a perfect seal that forms. They kind of roll like into the walls. So it's almost like if you think like a subway, submarine doors, like hatches. It's like an airtight seal. These massive circular doors of iron roll out of the way, and you are allowed within the city walls. You find yourselves at the bottom of a long sloping ramp that ascends straight for about probably a half mile into the city proper, and at the end is at the highest point in the center of the city is the circular spherical dome of the Imperator's core. And all around you, on your left, right from where you are, you can see the mustering grounds and the places where the armory and the siege engines are kept. On your right, on that side of the road, is kind of like a high fence with metal spikes along the top, and I think you were told as you originally got kind of a tour of the city that is the Farrar, and where the barracks and the residential areas are, where people just go to sleep within their war bands. Yeah, and you guys are free to roam about the city. Night at this point is falling, but there are lots of fires everywhere. Like almost every building is emitting a thick plume of black smoke, and you can see from within every window the flicker of orangish red firelight.
Were we supposed to check in with the Imperator, or was Ritlock just going to handle that?
I think Ritlock
Okay.
said
Yeah,
he would
Ritlock's
handle
taking
that.
care of that.
Got
He
it.
said paperwork sucks, so he would take care of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
What a nice guy.
He also, I think, did he pay our way through the gate? Did I
Yeah, I
imagine
think
that?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Maybe, yeah.
yeah, I think so.
Gonna look
That's
for some
nice.
meat on a stick.
Yeah, I'll join Kala in that journey.
Do they have Kala?
Yeah.
I feel like Birdie would know this as well, but do they have like char drugs?
Hey-o, I'm with Birdie.
Do they do charge?
Like the equivalent of like horse tranquilizers
They're
for
probably
people?
fucking
yeah.
steroids, dude.
You would know that
Or roids, that's a good point.
Char tend to stay away from things that impair their judgment aside from alcohol.
Gotcha.
And they only
No
really
horse tranks.
they drink hard,
Yeah.
but they only do so when they are off duty.
Gotcha.
And when they know they don't need to be on duty, like at super early the next morning. Like
Gotcha.
when they have the ability to do so, they go at it hard, but otherwise they pretty well abstain.
Okay.
But they do have things like Blackroot, which is kind of like the fantasy equivalent of a cigarette or chewing tobacco. And there are some tobaccos you can smoke and things like that.
No, we're not
But
looking
you're
for
telling
that.
us that they don't do roids then?
No need.
I want to do fucking Miss
Yeah.
Molly.
Char are roids.
Char aroids.
All right.
I guess we'll have to go
Going
back to the
back to-
Grove, Birdie.
Yeah. I don't have anything else that I need to do here.
Kala, it's easy enough as you guys are walking. You kind of make your way to the right, which is kind of northwest around the Imperator's core, toward the more mercantile. What are they called? Cantons. These little quarters, where like the craftsmen. You hear the banging of hammers on anvils. The scraping of blades on wood, and the typical sounds of a district where most of the industrial equipment and the arms and armor and supplies of the Citadel are made. And there are little stalls here and there, and also larger, they'd be about the size of what we would consider like a fast food restaurant. They're just like large metallic buildings with plumes of smoke coming out of them, and the smell of fresh seared meat. Easy enough to find like skewers of devourer tail meat, just like little skewers of meat all over. Simple enough.
All right, I'll get some of that.
Does the char do souvenirs?
Not like kitschy, but I mean, they have most of what they have is like knives, blades, whetstones, hunting gear. But every now and then you come across
Any
a stall or like a
keychains?
small no, definitely not. But
Bottle
like
opener.
places where like
Shot
small
glasses.
reed flutes or little
Ooh.
like tinny, almost like mandolin, but it's not like a guitar, it's more like a flat metal box, but it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
similar size and kind of stringed instruments and
Anything large and
drums.
obnoxious for our bar? We didn't manage to snag anything to hang on the wall.
Ghosts are
Should
hard
have
to bring
stole it
back.
too.
There are several places where it's pretty easy to get like taxidermy of different creatures. They have a variety of creatures that are native to this area.
I want Keytree to pick out the taxidermied item.
Yeah.
So let me.
Brain has a affinity for just like tacky bullshit. It's something I care about deeply.
We get taxidermy. I'm thinking we put it like up in the rafters.
Yeah.
So that somebody gets like drunk and like is stumbling around and looks up and they gonna get them.
Get like a whole fucking displacer beast that we can put in the rafters. What's up, motherfucker?
Oh, bitch.
Yeah, I mean, easy enough to find things like large wild boar, with curling tusks. There are some pretty impressive claws. If you think of like the claws of a scorpion, but they're like 3 feet long. These are devourer claws. It's probably also, let's see.
So we get like the claws coming out of the ceiling and then just another random animal head above it.
Yeah.
So it's like some sort of
Yeah.
chimera beast melting out of the ceiling.
What about like a really nice tapestry?
As like a tablecloth?
You could probably get one with a Legion emblem on it.
Yeah,
That would be
something
cool.
more emblematic of like the Citadel.
There are places where you can purchase banners
Aren't they so
and
tasteful?
Yeah,
wall
I
hangings
mean,
that have like the 3 emblems of the High Legions.
not that I wouldn't love a taxidermied
A dead animal.
Frankenstein's monster hanging from our rafters, but maybe there's another direction we can go.
Maybe next time, you're right. Do you think we need to come back with something a little more?
Get a
Sure.
Citadel, a banner then.
Maybe a big piece of metal. Char love that. They do.
Just rip one
Well,
off the wall?
Iron
do we
Legion
What?
loves metal.
What if we
Right,
got
yeah.
the Iron
Okay,
Legion
well.
to build like a serving thing where it would be like a belt or something and it brings like the food to people, like they could come get it from this thing?
No.
It would
Nope.
be great.
No.
If
Tim
it doesn't
would need-
explode, probably not.
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
well, we're gonna need
We're
something
not
to
even
kind of
close to
replace
covered
Tim
on
and
the
Could we
insurance for
buy
that.
some shields and then put like giant piles of food, when a ton of people show up, we could use the shield as like a serving dish.
Oh, that would be
Okay,
cool.
I've got it. We get the Iron Legion to construct us some kind of like really complicated iron puzzle. And if you solve the puzzle, you get a free round.
Okay,
Oh, I like that.
you get that puzzle.
Why don't we just buy like a cannonball and tell people it's a puzzle?
I love
Also
that. That's
really
great. Yeah, I think we should do that.
Oh,
That's
the
great.
exotic char puzzle. See if you can solve it for free
Yeah.
alcohol.
Step right up.
Do the char
exotic-
have cannonballs, like the equivalent of
Yeah, they
cannonballs,
got siege
Ryan?
weapons.
Oh,
They
yeah.
absolutely have siege weaponry.
The question is, would any of our patrons recognize it as a cannonball and be like, "Oh, you've tried to pull
Oh.
one over on us"?
Not if they're drunk enough.
Maybe.
Not if
I
they're
mean-
drunk enough. We have to
We'll
get.
put
We
some
only get the
runes on
puzzle
it.
out. We only get the
some
puzzle out
etching.
on really wild
Mm.
nights.
We
You
don't
think
have
if
like a
we-
super smart populace in our
If we
bar.
got them to hollow out a cannonball and put like a couple of things that rattle around in
bees,
there,
put bees on the inside.
bees?
This is like
Well,
a
I do
prank.
have this dwarven puzzle box that big pearl was in before that we could use as like a puzzle for them to solve.
Oh, or we could just
That's
use
fair.
that.
Yeah. All right. Let's just go home then.
I mean,
The
just
actual
if you
puzzle
don't want to
box.
get a cannonball, it's up to
No,
you.
it's fine. We're gonna go home now.
On the walkout, I see if there are any like
Are there any
Legion,
Hellraiser
Legionnaire
boxes?
banners that I can purchase. something that kicks ass.
Banners?
Legionnaire. Legionnaire?
Oh,
Is that a
sorry.
term?
Legionnaire.
Yeah, Legionnaire.
Legionnaire.
So, yes, there are
Potato,
all sorts
potato.
of banners for the Blood Legion, the Iron Legion, and the Ash Legion.
Yeah.
Yeah, each
It's-
of them has like their own unique sigil.
Is there
Ash-
one with like all 3 on one?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll buy one of those for the bar.
Yeah. Can we get one where like we can make it into Flame Legion and just put like Flame Legion sucks on it? Is that
There's
inappropriate?
nothing here with the Flame Legion emblem on it.
Okay, that makes
Like,
sense.
can we buy like a Nazi flag here, please?
Touche. Touche.
They do have a variety of firearms
Sounds
available.
just a joke, bro.
Oh, interesting.
Non-magical
Do
pistols.
they
I'm in the
have
sound of
anything?
music.
So I have a Iron Legion pistol.
Yes, you do.
Do they have anything a bit more juicy, perhaps?
One more stank on it.
You can certainly ask around.
I would like to do that. I would like to ask around in the way that Bertie does that, and see if there's any way one could acquire some really, really jacked firearms.
Okay.
So Jack, they'll blow up on you.
So asking around and looking through this area, it takes a little time, and it's
Yeah.
it is-
Explosives are good too.
it is now night, but you notice
Her
that
time
in the section of town, this would be the Canton Factorium, which is like the factory district. There is kind of in the center a tall structure. It's sort of reminiscent of the crow's nest, but it's not that tall. It's only about 3 stories high, but the 3rd floor is this massive, think of like the Seattle Space Needle restaurant, where it's like all around the edges it's open, and so it's about 3 stories up, and there's just people kind of standing on the balconies looking over, and you can see it's just full of char. And you can hear them sort of shouting and roaring and laughing, and roaring and laughing is really kind of close for char. And you see that there's a hanging sign down at the bottom of a stair that kind of spirals around. It's a really, really wide, squat cylinder, and this iron staircase makes its way around the edge, and there's a little flapping sign at the bottom that says the Serrated Blade.
Ooh,
It's got a
That
picture of like
sounds-
a ale mug.
all right.
But surrounding it in sort of crescent moon shape is just a series of large alcoves, each one holding like dozens of smaller structures and stalls and places where there are anvils and tables and all sorts of like woodworking and leatherworking, jewel crafting, and this is where all of the different craftsmen are kind of gathered in this open air market type area. And let's see. You are able in the Canton Factorium. This would be. There is a female char who is kind of sitting at the front of a shop that has arrayed across a wooden desk like a series of what look identical to the Iron Legion pistol that you have. And they're just sort of arrayed in like a display out front. And she's just kind of leaning on it, talking to another char. So she's standing at this counter, and as you walk up, there's another female char standing there, and they're just kind of shooting the breeze, casually like leaned up against the counter and like a nearby post that's holding like the canvas tarp over the top to kind of shelter them. And you hear her say, "So what'd you think of him?" And the other one says, "Oh, he's cute. I like the way he scowls." And then they see you guys approaching, and she nods to this other char, and this first woman kind of like puts both of her hands on the counter and leans forward to get a better look at you. "Wow. Brings a bunch of mice here this evening."
I'd like to buy a gun, please.
Would you now?
I would. I have this one here, and he kind of takes out his pistol already.
Yeah,
And he like
fucking-
holds it up. He goes, so this one,
Finger on the trigger.
She
it's
reaches out and grabs it from you.
what? I'm like still holding on to it. I mean, like,
Yeah, she
okay,
just pulls it. Are
okay.
you trying to hold on to it?
no, not
She
really.
just like yanks it out of your hand and starts looking at it, turning it over, smelling it, inspecting it, like wiping it clean.
Yeah, it's seen some use. Recently, I I haven't been using it so much because I got this, and I pull out the Inquest Persuader.
Jesus.
Where did you get this?
Short people. Her Alexa. What are they called?
No,
A
she
Sir.
means the char gun. It was a gift
Oh,
from
the Chaga.
Ritlock,
Yeah,
This
Ritlock
one.
gave that one to me. Yeah,
Tribune Brimstone.
yeah,
Tribune Brimstone
yeah.
Yeah.
gave you
Right.
one of my pistols.
Yes.
Oh, it's one of yours.
She turns and you can see just on the bottom of the
Oh.
butt is a crafter's mark. She's like, "That's my mark."
Oh well, it's done very well.
Ooh.
She turns it over once more in her hand and hands it back to you cautiously, and just says,
We don't normally sell to outsiders. But if the Tribune gave this to you, then you must be the musician.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad word's getting around. That's great. Yes, Bertie the Bard. Pleasant to meet you.
They said you guys made quick work of Barradin's statue.
Statue.
the ghost of Duke Barradin possessed
Oh,
the
right.
statue the first time you met
Yeah.
Ritlock.
Oh yeah, that was ages ago though. We just did the other ghosts this time.
Yeah, have you heard about the Foefire?
Everybody's heard of the Foefire.
That it's ended.
Well, yeah, I kind of stopped it.
What do you mean?
The update
ended?
on
It was a group effort, but
There was like a crown and a sword and in the crypts of
There was some
Ascalon
kind
and-
of magic ritual in the Ascalon
Yeah.
catacombs where we
Mhm.
were, and the Foefire's over.
yeah,
turned
it's
it
gone.
off.
they
Yeah.
made the ghosts go away.
Yeah, I mean, still have to mob up the ghost, kill them all, but
They
Yeah.
won't
shouldn't
come back anymore though. Yeah.
She
She
say
looks
mop
over
up
to
the ghosts.
the other female char and gives her this look like, pull the other one.
The
I'll pull out my little shard of the king's crown. Be like, this was just like a little the crown that what is his king
Adelburn.
Adelburn. Yeah, this was part of his crown that I had to wear to do the whole like ritual thing. It was anyways, put that back in my
And the wizard got possessed
lot.
by him. What?
You lot put an end to Adelburn.
yeah.
yeah.
You'll
Let me
hear
tell
about
you,
it
that
soon.
guy was super angry. Just oh my
6
God.
of you.
A lot of deep-seated hatred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to buy a gun.
Persuasion check.
Anyway, I'd like
persuade
to
the fuck out of her.
Ooh.
Fuck
That was
me.
crap, Birdie. What the fuck?
Hey,
How do you only have +7 persuasion?
I'm a
You're so good at
performer.
deception.
I know. No, it would be easier if I were lying, actually.
If it was a lower DC than it would have been because you showed her the gun and told her who you were.
I'm
She just
twice as
says-
good at lying as I am telling the truth.
Crosses her
That makes
arms and
sense.
kind of leans back a little and just says,
Huh. So no more Foefire, huh?
No more Foefire.
Well, that's not very good for business.
He'll buy
Well.
a gun if it helps.
Yeah,
There's
I'd like to buy
Branded
it.
and Flame Legion to fight.
Well,
Yeah, the wars aren't over.
And you can tell
Yeah.
people that the person who stopped the Foefire used your gun. That's pretty good business.
Did you
carried
have
it
like
into battle.
specific like ghost guns?
Who are you gonna call?
A proton
do.
pack by
I
chance?
specialize in them actually.
Oh.
Ghost
No,
or
you
musket.
don't.
Yeah,
Shut
that's gonna be bad for business.
she kind of motions to the other lady and just points a thumb back into the shop. And you see the other. All right. She goes into the back and then comes out with two long muskets in her hand, and lays them down, and you can see that it's fine workmanship, and it's like got this like mithril filigree down the length of the barrel with these arcane sigils and symbols. Galatar, you instantly clock this and recognize them as abjuration magic.
Now that is impressive, man.
Well, that's what we thought. Research and development crew came up with these specifically to fight the ghosts. The little more oomph for the spectral forms that they tend to take. But if there aren't any more of them, then I'm probably going to never sell any again. So,
what kind of damage does it do?
Oh, the normal kind. You gotta load it with these, and she pulls out a little box of small bullets, round bullets. It just gives it a little oomph, something to tear a little extra out of spiritual creatures. Effectively, mechanically, this is a +1 musket.
Ooh.
Okay. How much damage does a musket do, like dice wise? What do we roll?
A D12.
Oh shit!
1d12.
1d12.
And it's got range and everything.
And they have the loading.
Got range.
It's got a 40-foot range, 40 to 120. So up to 120 at disadvantage, 40 is safe. And it has the loading property. So it's kind of like a crossbow.
That is a bit of a bummer.
Fire once, and then you have to load it again. And it is two-handed. It's a fairly hefty piece of machinery, but these look to be well crafted.
Let's see. How much would one of these run? I mean, granted, we did stop the Foefire, and I do apologize for that. Business for these is going to be pretty slow coming up.
Yes.
I'm not making a compelling
I won't
case.
thank you
Well,
for that.
really, there's kind of be a surge in the short term because people are going to want to go out and clear the Foefire really fast. So
Maybe.
That's true. You could do like a fire sale of your remaining inventory.
Call it the Foefire sale. That's great.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah.
Call it the real
Has a nice
Foefires.
ring to it. I'll
Yeah.
bear that in mind.
Anyway,
one of
sorry
these
to-
beauties will cost you about 500 gold pieces.
Well, you made 20 earlier.
I mean,
But
sees
like I
that every
said, this
day.
man used your gun to help get rid of the Foefire. That's pretty good marketing that he's done for you.
I hadn't heard it.
Yeah, let me ask. I hadn't been marketing it, so I don't know what he's talking about. Anyways,
I can't help him.
if I had marketed it, you would have heard about it. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so I don't know if I'm really in the market for a musket at the moment. But do you have any just like honest to God explosives?
Well, I mean, you look a little, no offense, but you look a little light in the frame. I'm not sure you could carry our larger ordnance.
Oh yeah, no, I need something smaller.
Well,
You make any for like baby char?
I've used some like alchemist fire before, vials
Baby
of
Char's
acid,
first in 80.
but I'm looking for something with a bit more oomph, more juice, like you said. God, I really want to get Bernie like a grenade. Just so he can carry it around. He'd be like that kid at school. Like, yeah, this is my dad's grenade.
Never use it, but actually
Don't drop it.
she says, well, they're not made for ghosts, but I do have some rat killers, if you're interested. She goes back into the shop for a minute.
Okay.
You see this other female charger standing there shaking her head. And she comes out and she puts down 3 good-sized,
yes,
like probably like grapefruit-sized
yes.
metal spheres.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about.
Toss this down a cave full of rats and it'll clear them out pretty easily. Yeah.
Are you positive?
How much are these?
To him?
Each of these is about 350.
Okay, and how much what's the damage factor here? I mean, is it gonna hurt people too?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
assuming.
It'll hurt anything within about 20 feet of it.
Perfect. All right. I'm gonna get some of these.
I mean, you know, throw it against an ogre and you're likely to just piss it off. But
Right.
you'll hurt it.
What would it do to like an average person?
Well, an average mouse,
Yeah.
it would destroy them.
Oh, perfect. Okay. We're in the right ballpark then.
Next thing you know, we're gonna be in combat, and you're just gonna hear scatter.
Hey, that's
mental
big talk
inspiration
coming
a
from the
bonus
ice knife person.
Listen.
That's fucking good, dude.
Petrie gets ice knife, Birdie gets grenade.
Birdie gets
Yin-yang.
grenade.
All right. I tell you what, I will take 2 of these grenades off your hands. No, you know what? Let me run to the bank real quick. I'm gonna take all 3.
Treat yourself.
All right. There's a Shunlai Banking Guild just over there. She
Perfect.
Do they have
see
any
the
ATMs?
familiar emblem.
Right. the
Wait, if
ATM
you're
is
running
right
to
over
the
there.
bank, I need to open a bank account.
You're all a
You
bunch
don't
of
have a bank
sluggers.
account? What have you been doing with your gold?
You can
I
do that here.
realized when I hadn't leveled up, my the money encumbrance had been turned off.
Oh,
So I turned it on, and now it's like you have way too much. So I'm just gonna. How much
That's
do
why I keep all
need
mine under
to-
the mattress.
Okay. So what are these in D&D Beyond?
It's so
yet?
uncomfortable, but it's so worth it.
The grenade it's grenade comma fragmentation.
Cool.
you got a fucking frag grenade.
And what is your name,
Get fucking fragged, man.
ma'am? I would love to know the name of such an excellent char weapon maker.
Soot Claw. Arana Soot Claw.
Oh,
Soot
soot.
claw.
I thought it was foot claw.
Although it was tit claw.
Oh, Rana Soot
well.
Claw.
Oh hell yeah, these look great. This is perfect. Thank
How
you.
much damage do they do?
Oh my god.
It's
Fireball.
It's 5d6
That's not
Ooh,
fireball.
that's pretty good.
Less than
Or-
a fireball.
or half as much on a failed save.
That's still
But
really
for
good.
somebody who like
How
you
much
know,
do
Birdie,
they weigh?
3 pounds each.
Oh, that's not bad.
Question is, when
One
Birdie
pound.
throws them, is he
Oh.
gonna?
Oh
throw
yeah,
them
I got
like
3
a-
of them, 1 pound
Oh,
each.
okay.
Birdie throws him like this.
Hmm.
Does Birdie throw them
Every-
like a grandma's throw?
He
like
throws them
does the
underhand. Yeah.
It's everything in a 20-foot radius.
Yeah.
Just say.
Yeah, it's a mini fireball.
That's
Oh
pretty
shit!
sweet as
I need a
hell.
grenade launcher. Are you kidding me? They
Oh, this woman
now,
just
hold
double
on.
sold you.
Do you have anything that can help me throw these guys?
A sling?
I am
Can you put
Yeah,
your
not
sling?
giving you a grenade launcher.
Come
Fair
on.
enough. I'll
Brett,
take
let him
what I
play.
have. Let him
You
play.
could do
Brett.
some push-ups, and like work out a little bit.
I
and-
won't be
There's
doing
your
that.
grenade
Yeah.
launcher.
Flash forward 2
Um,
months as Lion's Arch lays in ruin and
But
flames
this is great. This is just what I need. As somebody who doesn't do a lot of damage, like this is perfect. Yeah.
Well, it's fucking field trip for you, man.
Yeah,
So
and
Kitri,
no spell slot required.
when you arrive at the Shunlai Banking Guild, there are a couple of petite human women standing there, just 2 of them on either side of a set, almost like a prison door, like a steel, cage door, and behind it you can see several different rows of what look like decent sized like traveling trunks. But these women have the identical uniforms on, sort of like a tan cream color, but with a sort of scapular tabard thing tucked behind their belts that have a very ornate design, and they are both oriental, like an Asian look to them. Like,
Are they
dark
going to
skin.
tell me that there's no Warren Bossing say?
They are not going to tell you that, because there is war in Bossing Say. But they can offer you a variety of services, a range of deals.
I don't really need to like store items, not like a deposit box. I just need like all of, and she's gonna be like just like bags, I guess. I don't know how she's been carrying this around now, but just
That's
like
why I've been asking people to look, because a couple of you have a shitload of stuff.
I don't have
Yeah.
too much. I had done well with like the items. The money not having been turned on is where I've kind of fucked myself.
Yeah.
So
So
how
it's-
much is it for just like a regular like bank
Just
account?
to register an account, the registration fee is 250 gold.
Okay. And then
And you
however
get
much gold I want to like shove in there.
You get a complimentary storage of 4 cubic feet, 2 by 2 by 1.
How much can I fit in 4 cubic feet?
Let's see. Mechanics. Weights and holdings. 2.
I guess I'll just subtract the gold.
2. Like around 2,000 coins, maybe?
Okay.
How big did you say?
2 by 2 by 1.
Okay, you gave me those because I have the safe, and it was 12,000 is what you told me.
Okay, if there's no weight limit. Sorry, I'm looking at the haversack calculations, and those have a weight limit.
Yeah, my safe is 2 by 1, and can hold 12,000 coins.
Okay.
Can I accompany Keytree to the bank?
Look at us, we're being really responsible people here, Brina.
And you can access these Shunlai accounts at any capital city.
Okay, so for game mechanics, do I just note this down, like just subtract that amount from my like actual coin totals and then keep notes elsewhere of like, hey, you have this much in the bank?
Yeah, if you want to put it in like other notes and just say in my Shunlai account or in my bank.
I said there's other possessions.
Yeah, you can also create an object, which is what I do. And I have like a bank currency object and its value is 3,680 gold and its weight is 0.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You're the
That's a good
smartest
one.
man alive.
That's a good one.
Wow.
Okay, so I'll take away 200 gold pieces for a stupid box.
250.
250?
No, it's
I'm
200.
sorry if you can't afford it.
I'm gonna afford it. Fuck you, Bertie.
I'm not even there. That's
You're
Bertie's
right, I'm not there
voice.
either.
He's in your brain.
I don't care
So,
about your stupid banks. You guys are
It can
suckers.
hold how many?
Central banking is a joke.
4
Fiat
cubic
currency
feet.
is a lie.
What? Okay, I think Brina, as she's having this conversation, is gonna get nervous and straight up just like be like, goodbye.
Okay, so 1 cubic foot of coins is 12,000 coins. So you have 4 cubic feet of space that
You
you
got a
could
shitload
cram.
of space for
So
coins.
yeah, it's like I don't even fucking know.
48.
48? Yeah.
48,000.
Yeah. Did all your coins.
Yeah,
D3, how much money are you going to keep on you?
I don't know. Maybe like 200? I don't know. Yeah, I don't actually, let's see. I'm gonna put in like,
The hard answers.
there we, I think, okay. I think I did the item thing. I think I'm gonna put in, I'm making sure it shows up in my inventory now because I don't want to like,
That would suck.
okay. Okay. All right. I'm putting 3,500 gold into the bank.
Okay.
And I'm gonna remove it from my gold. And now I'm technically unencumbered.
Wonderful.
All right.
Oh, and I lied. I was looking at the equipment list. A musket, a regular musket, is 500 gold. This is a +1, so it would be closer to 1,000.
No, I'll pass. I'll take the grenades though. Leave the musket. Take the
Take the grenades. All right, I am removing 5,000 gold pieces to put in a bank.
God damn, Brina.
Saving up for my big sword.
Yeah.
My big fucking sword.
I don't even,
4 grand.
oh, I guess I haven't been like taking a ton of anything from anywhere in a while. I've just been like, because that's not what she does.
How much is that sword?
8,000, I think, right?
Oh, 8?
I think so.
I think it's 8,000.
I think so.
Oh,
Wow.
It's
well,
either 8,000 or it took 8 weeks.
I thought it took 4
I
weeks.
think it
'cause we
was
had-
8,000 for 4 weeks, but he was getting help because originally it was going to be 8 weeks.
Yeah.
I thought
Okay.
it was 8,000. I totally thought
Yeah.
it was half that for some reason.
But I think it was 8,000, but he was
I've
getting help, so
got-
it would be made faster.
I've got close to 7,000, but
Well, I mean, we can chip in too.
Yeah, I mean, we've got enough.
8,000 gold. It was going to be 8 work weeks, but it's halved.
I think I got at least $1,000.
We've
We've
got
still
almost
got some
600
time.
gold in the party fund too. So
I can help you. Yeah, I literally have nothing to do with my money, so
don't worry about it. I'll just
I mean, it's
go
in the bank now too. Look at me.
manual
Ooh.
labor or something.
we can't spend our money if we're dead. So and you keep
No.
us alive. So I might as well spend our money on you.
If I do
Alright,
get the
Brina.
big sword, that does mean I can keep.
Speaking
Myself
of which,
in
my
bed.
sword should be ready by the end of this week. Oh, that's so
What's
exciting.
my sword?
Well, my sword's
going
not as
to-
cool as yours, so that's why it's going to be ready so much
What this
earlier.
fucking. Okay.
Are we ready to everybody?
Should we go
pop their-
home? Did you
Yeah,
get the
you
mask?
done shopping?
I got some grenades. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do you know how to throw good?
I think you just throw them.
You want to practice back in?
No, they were actually quite.
Birdie makes an
expensive.
athletics check and
You could
accidentally throws
probably
it
you could
behind.
probably use some rocks to practice, Bertie.
30.
Get some like
30.
similarly sized rocks and practice chucking them.
Yeah, if you throw like Conor McGregor, we're in trouble.
Let's go home.
That was awful.
That's really bad.
Yeah, maybe Brina can show me how to throw things down by the river or something.
We'll go. We're going with the friend date. We got you.
All right, sounds good.
All right,
All right.
I'm good to go back to Lion's Arch if everyone
do
else
it.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is all my
By time we'll
shit?
get back just in time to go to bed.
Yep. It is late night when you make your way back through the Asura Gate hub. Yep.
Could I go straight, unless we story-wise need to be in Lion's Arch, can I go straight back to Divinity's Reach instead? Can I like take is there an Asura Gate from there
So
to
the
Divinity's
gate in the
Reach?
Citadel goes to the
Oh, it
Lion's
only
Arch
goes- okay,
gate
that's
hub,
fine.
But there is another gate right there.
Okay,
the
that's
hub.
fine. I just didn't know if there was like
Trying
a
to skip the
gate
10
hub in
gold.
every city.
No,
That's
not a
fine.
hub.
I'll just wait till the next morning to go then.
So yeah, you guys make your way home. You find that it's about it's not quite the middle of the night. It's probably like 10 o'clock or so by the time you start winding your way towards Trollskull Alley, and the Trollskull Tavern is all
Poppin'.
alight and jumping. Yeah, you hear the sound of clinking glasses and laughter and talking.
Brina like
The
throws the
warmth of the
door open.
firelight.
It's like, we're home, baby.
Everybody turns, and in unison, there's just a cheer that goes up. Yeah!
Yeah!
Rounds on me.
Woohoo!
Rounds on Belty, great.
Rounds on Bertie.
Yeah, I'll buy everybody around.
Go up and gives you a sign, and he starts pulling the nozzle, starts filling them up.
Oh, Tim's the best.
You guys walk through the bar, people are clapping you on the back,
So
and
many Tims.
shaking your hands, and yeah,
At this moment, may I request a bit of a bio break?
absolutely.
I'm gonna
You
get
guys wanna
my
take 5 minutes
leftover
and
shit on me.
grab a snack?
I would.
Sounds good.
I will pause the recording.
I was gonna say,
What
I
can
don't
we
know.
fight
So-
in Lion's Arch? Who is available for fighting?
Right, what can we pick a fight with?
You know, Brina's gonna do her own kind of fighting at the Cenobium. Get some training in.
Every fucking time. But also,
You really think she'll go to the
you set
Cenobium this
yourself up.
time? She has 3 or 4 opportunities to go other places.
Let's bring it back in.
yeah, center yourself, Canfield.
Okay, so you guys arrive home. You find the tavern in full swing. You get a glorious sort of welcome home celebration, and then sleep it off the next morning. And you've got a little bit of downtime. I will say that 2 or 3 days in, there is a knock on the door, and an emissary of the Black Citadel shows up. They have a couple of retainers with them, each carrying like a small sack or satchel and they deliver a message from Ritlock that tells you that the legions have gone into the catacombs and cleared out what was left, disabled the traps that had not been triggered, and kind of cleared the space of any other threats that may have been lurking, and there were several. But as recompense, and also in part as a way to kind of ease some of the bad feelings between the Char and the human nations, in clearing out the catacombs, they did it as respectfully as possible. They didn't destroy or deface the places, but they did empty the sarcophagi and collected the items, and instead of keeping them for the legions, which would probably upset a great many humans, they are turning them over to heroes of the realm in the free city of Lion's Arch. So they deliver unto you the mask, the amulet.
Whoa.
I think those are the and the
And
bow.
the diamond ring.
They do not give you a diamond.
Okay, we
ring.
don't even know about that. So
they tell you that there was a diamond ring in the, because you guys saw it on the velvet cushion. Yeah, you guys opened Althea's tomb.
Did we? We did. I don't think
I
we
don't
did.
think we did.
We
He
did
just
not.
told us
No.
what was in there later.
Yeah.
Okay.
We never opened that
Yeah.
one because at that
Yeah.
point we were like, "Fuck this. We are not fucking with tombs anymore."
Yeah, the last
Okay.
one we opened were the mages, and then we did not
Okay.
open anymore.
So they
after we got
they
turned to
tell you
stone.
that they recovered the urn that contains the ashes of Lady Althea, and they took it and her engagement ring to Ebonhawk,
Oh, great. That's fantastic.
so that it could be properly interred in the memorials that they have there. They talked with the commander of the stronghold at Ebonhawk, who is Commander Wade Samuelson, and got his blessing, so to speak, for delivering these other items to you. So you now have an artifact called the Mask of Many Faces.
hmm Which
You
Birdie's all
have-
too eager for.
Of course.
The necklace is called the Amulet of Elemental Attunement. That one belonged to Relena Stormbringer, who was the famous sort of evocation elemental magic wielder. And you have Nente's short bow.
Can't remember what the necklace does.
The necklace, it's a kind of a silver necklace with a big opal in the middle of a pendant, which kind of roots you in your connection to the elemental forces of earth, air, fire, and water. You have advantage on nature checks to recall or deduce information about those elements, and it also has 7 charges with which you can cast 1 of 4 spells.
That's right. Come back to me now.
P3, it sounds like
Does
you'd
it
fuck with this.
recharge? Sorry. Go ahead.
What'd you
Jake.
ask?
No, does it recharge is what Mary was asking.
Yes.
Long rest, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it
Or
has 7
dawn.
charges and it regains 1d6 at dawn.
Kitri or Alexo, either one of you want this? I think you need to be a spellcaster, but otherwise,
Sounds
I'm
like
okay.
Brian.
I'm okay without it, to be honest.
Alexa, what do you think?
I like my glove a lot more right now. It keeps me
I
from
think-
blowing you all up. So
I do appreciate that.
I'm trying to look at I guess I can always get rid of my unattuned from my Stone of Whispering.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to be unattuned to it.
I mean, it's really nice when I need to communicate with you guys from afar,
No.
but also my talk of the Maguma Enclave is the way I can talk to you guys when I'm in animal form, and I am very hesitant to unattune from my Staff of the Adder, so
Priorities.
can't get rid of
Love
Buttercup.
you don't want Buttercup to come on you at night.
But Alexa, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
No, go ahead.
Paula, did you want this short bow?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's all yours if you want it.
Sure.
Perfect.
Hey guys, can we huddle up and have a conversation about theft? and stuff.
About what?
Yeah, what are we trying
Sure.
to steal? Let's do
Are
it.
we having this
Yeah.
conversation while the
I'm in.
while the
We'll say the char.
char here?
Right,
okay.
no,
Yeah, in
But it's
my-
so much more in character for us to have this conversation
Although-
in front of a bunch of
It's
strangers.
just sort of awkward.
In my
background.
mind palace, we're sitting at the kitchen table parsing out these items.
Like we
I-
haven't even taken the items from the char.
Through my headset on the other end of Zoom, I heard that as your mind phallus.
I heard
My
that
mind
too.
phallus.
Ooh.
I heard
In
it.
mind,
Hey, man. Whatever
Hey.
my mind phallus gets up to is. it's fine.
Ryan,
What?
let me ask you something real quick, just like a housekeeping note. So with this mask of many faces, would you mind if I swap out my disguise self spell with another first level on like my actual spell list?
No, make him keep it.
I mean, you can do that when you level
Just
up.
kidding.
Yeah, I'm like, since we just leveled up, I'd like to backtrack that a little bit, since that's just gonna be. I'll keep another first level too. I won't take like a
Oh,
sixth
wow.
level or something.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, listen up, Trollskull Six. We need to have a conversation. We're talking about it in the tunnels, the catacombs, and we talked about morality briefly, and then we were all afraid we were going to die, so we stopped talking about it. Here's the deal. Grave robbing, objectively bad. Robbing from good people, also bad. But robbing for the greater good, acknowledging the fact that these tools would have helped us in the long run, and that these heroes died literally so we could do this shit, I think that is okay. And also, our job is like really hard, and pretty much any tools we can have in our toolbox goes a long way. So that is my stance. What I'm trying to say is I think we should all be a lot more cool with crime. Thank you. Wait,
Coming to my TED Talk.
thank you for coming to my I don't think that was what I was trying to say. I think I'm trying to say, you know, when
There are a
it
lot
is
of
for,
gray areas.
it's a lot of gray areas. And when it is for a thing that is literally going to keep us alive, I mean, they're not going to use it. And maybe it is a cultural bias,
We
but
didn't
like,
know what the objects did when we got them,
that is fair.
and we didn't know they would help us.
Well-
And also at the time, they were cursed and true detriments to our progress.
That
And
is fair.
But
But-
just because it does something cool, then it's okay to steal it.
no,
Seems
Um,
like that.
I think taking things to just
Mm.
take things is not good. And again, it's grave robbing.
Right.
And there's
But you're
a lot
wearing
of
it.
very particular circumstances. I don't think I can do anything to physically stop you from taking things if you wanted,
But she
Kala.
didn't take it from the grave.
But it
But
can't
what's the
come in-
difference if someone else gave it to you?
Because I
Yeah.
think that you should respect people's moralistic interpretation. Like, listen, great that you feel the way that you do.
Listen,
I'm not trying to
guys.
stop you from taking stuff. I'm just saying that personally, I don't like the idea of just taking from people's graves. Now, if those objects weren't in the tombs, that's fine to me. I just don't like taking things out of people's
What if it was
actual
sitting
graves that they were
next to the
buried with.
tomb?
Fine,
Like,
take it.
is that not good? What if it is
But that-
resting
look,
halfway in
I'm
the
not
tomb?
asking you to believe what I believe. I'm just telling you what I believe, and you are free to
Bruno,
do. I was happy
Trying
to
to
let you all
parse
take
your
stuff
faith.
out.
So
Why are we
first of
trying
all,
to
I
get really
know.
down into like the mud here of where is it okay and where is it not? Of
Oh,
like,
well,
is this
discussions of
stealing
morality.
versus isn't
So,
it?
so as the king of the Ascalons, and I know we didn't
True.
know this at the time,
Sure,
God.
but I want to say totally fine that we took that these indirectly were taken by us, because I think, and again, as king of the Ascalons, these heroes would have
Oh,
wanted us.
insufferable.
These heroes who fought for the good would want us who are fighting for the good to use these weapons, these
Good.
tools. Now,
don't- Mm.
now, as king of the Ascalons, I do believe I have a final say here. But we're bringing it up because it kind of turned into an issue during the dungeon, when we were in there, I think. And I just want us all to be on the same page of like, what's
Maybe
going
it
on.
is a cultural bias for me, but like, if you're not using it, it is of no good. The
Yeah.
Norn aren't materialistic people. The one dude, when we were in the Mind Flayers dungeon or whatever, and there was like a mummified Norn. Don't know if he was a good guy or a bad guy, but that's where I got my big axe. And it's because he was gone, and he would have wanted me to kick some ass with it. Just saying. And those are my feelings.
I completely respect, and I think the important thing here is that don't try to force anybody to do anything that they don't want to do, you know? Like, if my problem is specifically taking things from historical tombs of important Ascalonian figures that I grew up with a great deal of respect for, that's my thing. That's not your thing, right? So if you want to take that bow, I'm not personally going to stop you, you know? Like, that's your right to take it. I'm just going to go into the other room like I did when you all were going into the mask and the other thing.
But like, are you gonna support us when something does bad happen?
I mean, I'm not going to let you die. You're my friends. Even if I disagree with you, it's not that I want you to die.
Right.
You know?
That's where the walking away thing kind of like, you know, not getting a
a
real
little hairy.
supportive.
If it's
vibe
splitting the
from it.
party, that's dangerous.
My line
Well, I'm
is
also not going to
that
stick in the room while you do it if I don't agree with it. But I will come rescue you if I hear you're
But if
in
half the
trouble.
party walks away, the rest of us kind of have to follow, or somebody's
Well,
probably
only
gonna
2 people
die or
walked away
something.
though, so the majority of the party was there.
Mm.
Yeah, I just think, you know, in those situations, like, might be best to say, like, I don't like state your grievance, but like, I'm not sure if splitting up the party is the best way to handle it, you know?
You can back up.
I hear what you're saying. Maybe instead next time I will go to the end of the room, maybe just into the hallway, but I won't go all the way back to the other room.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So
if
if you,
that-
just like, what if you ran into like 3 Flame Legion Char when you walked away?
Sure, that's
Yeah,
a
that's-
good
You know.
point. That I respect, yeah.
you know,
I
I mean,
just
like,
don't want you to think like, I think less of you. It's just, it wasn't something that I was comfortable in the moment with, like.
That's fair. I'm not gonna
know?
peer pressure you to steal
we
stuff.
talk about not being materialistic, and I think part of not centering on materials is not going after them to
Well,
excess.
We didn't say
I've
we
never
weren't
made that
materialistic.
claim.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, do you
I
mean
wouldn't
you as like
say that.
Sylvari? Like,
No,
It's not about
Brina
materialism
mentioned
when
the
you're-
word. She says, "No, not materialistic."
We're not
Um,
materialistic once we die. We don't build shrines. You just set us on fire in the ocean.
Yes, but other people do bury things with their dead, and we want to
It's
respect
good
that. But
for
also,
them. But
I
if
will
we
also
also
say-
We
get
as
entombed
people-
with them, there's a bummer.
I personally don't need a lot and don't want to really take things from other people. And to me, my frustration lies when I end up using my abilities for helping you guys get out of a situation you shouldn't have been in the first place, especially if it's getting
Well, you
away
feel
from our
that.
mission. Especially
What-
if something worse had happened later on while we were fighting Imalor,
well,
I wouldn't have been able to do anything.
I respect that because like Keitra, you and I have like a similar kind of magic, you know, and it's like it can be frustrating because a lot of times our spells aren't for us, you know, it's like our spells are for others kind of. But at the same time, like at some level, it becomes archaeology as opposed to grave robbing. And for a tomb this old, where we're genuinely trying to find things that like, you know, might help us open doors or might help us, you know, move on to the next stage, might help us later. There's a certain amount of risk where like, we got to open boxes and open doors to find these things, you know, and bad things do happen.
There's never one direct path.
It's
I will
not a
say-
free job.
Smart.
Sure.
I agree with what you're saying. It's just that in that point, by that time, we knew that it wasn't the opening of the boxes once we got past Ninte's area. We knew that it wasn't the opening of the boxes itself or the taking of the items that was going to be a benefit to us. But I do think, like, I really appreciate that we're having a good discussion about it now. I know that down there it was, hey, we were almost getting killed. I mean, everybody's a little on edge when you've got Flame Legion trying to murder you constantly. But I really appreciate that. Like, we're having a good discussion here. Everybody kind of has their own beliefs. And I think if we just try and respect each other, not peer pressure anybody, and, you know, just kind of be respectful, I think we'll be good.
I think it's
Wow.
going, for me, I think I see it as a bit of a situation by situation thing where we can't figure out all the details in the moment. And even afterward, trying to pick it down to extreme details just to justify something. Like, if you have to go that far, then you already know you've probably crossed a line somewhere, at least in my book. But I think in the moment, maybe we talk about it, and if I don't want to be a part of it, then I won't.
Fair enough. You know, I feel like we all learned a lot about ourselves, that I just want to say appreciate everyone being vulnerable with one another. Really left a lot on the table here. Can't wait to revisit it another time. And I do charge $30 a session. So
Yeah, and you know,
That's
see
upfront.
Tim will pay you.
again, don't want to overstress this, but as King of the Ascalons,
Sure.
these are guilt-free items. You know, take them, use them.
Legally
and-
speaking, they're all yours.
Brina,
Legally, they're
seriously.
mine, and I'm giving them to you now. So you're welcome.
Nice of you.
Brina, in
I
all
am
seriousness,
nothing if
thank you
not
for
benevolent.
bringing this up. That was very kind of you. I think it was a good thing for us to talk about.
Well, I am nothing if not full of wisdom and beauty and power. So
This is
I
true.
grew up with
Oh,
seven
and
siblings. We love to argue.
Yeah,
The youngest, come on.
makes sense. Yeah.
I grew up with
Right.
7 siblings. We have to fight sometimes. And sometimes one of your siblings gets corrupted and tries to kill you, but that is hopefully not going to happen with.
Yeah, you heard
You
anything
won't.
from him? You know, you were let him escape and stuff.
Yeah, maybe that is another morality discussion.
That's for another day. We'll
I
we'll
don't
save
want
that
to
for
talk
another day.
about.
We've unpacked a
Oopsie.
lot tonight.
Yeah.
Anyway, look at my
also-
spooky mask.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Cool.
Does another guy appear in front of
Right?
me, or has it been like uncursed?
No, the curse has been handled at
Cool.
this point.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool. Ooh, spooky.
Yuki.
It's
That
kind
was
of
good.
a disturbing mask. It's a porcelain mask of a male human's face, but like kind of cracking out from the eyes and mouth are like these. If you think about like Heath Ledger's Joker, the way he had scars where he like ripped his mouth, it's kind of like they're lumped up like that, almost like nodules under the skin, but it's like a little
Gross.
black crack in the porcelain. Yeah.
30, this is the worst you've ever looked.
Oh my god, I can't get it off. Oh my
Don't
god.
joke.
Oh my god, I'm just
You're
kidding.
okay. That would have been horrible.
Yeah, that would have been really bad.
For the 3 people who have now subscribed to my YouTube channel for some reason, watching this was good D&D.
This is good D&D.
Table Talk RP. This is good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So what's everybody's
Alright.
week up to now that we've had our conversation, gotten our items? Anybody's week going well? Done
I
cool
might
stuff?
go throw stuff in the river. You guys can come. If you want.
Yeah, I gotta go practice my
I'll
grenade
come with
throwing.
you actually.
Want
Brina.
to? Ah, cool. Hell yeah. Field trip to the river or the bay or the. Okay.
Harbor.
Harbor. That's the word. Been here for like 6 months or something.
Do we already, has anybody told, like, I know we got the plan about Claw Island, but did we in that plan get any idea of how we were going to get to Claw Island? Are we
You
bringing
Have
our
a boat.
You
Are we
saw
riding
a
it?
map of Claw Island
Yeah.
with some
Was that all? Did they give us any other?
introductory
information?
sketches where they
Uh-huh.
were starting to hatch a plan of attack.
Yeah.
And that was all you'd seen. So like
Okay.
they're working on it.
I was just wondering if should we do like sailing practice with our boat sometime this week, just to make sure, like we've got it kind of down pat, so we're not trying to figure out how to sail a boat together while also dealing with a bunch of undead creatures or, whatnot.
That sounds dangerously like
We should-
planning.
Probably just ride with the Lion Guard if we're doing anything.
Yeah.
I will
Also, I
say
didn't
that
know if they had room.
The plans that you saw were for the Lion Guard fleet to carry troops from the Pact between the 3 major orders of Tyria to the island and to engage in both naval and land battles. So it was like an army preparing to go.
Cool. So we could just ride with it. Okay.
If we want.
Fired up, let's do it.
We have our own
Right.
option. Ride in
good.
style.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I don't know what y'all are doing.
On the practice throwing things.
Yeah, I do need to go practice my grenade throwing for
Okay.
sure.
Maybe don't actually bring a couple grenades.
I'm not gonna do that.
You don't have to throw them, but for the weight differential,
Okay.
I'm pretty smart and know how to throw things in the river.
Yeah.
You spent a couple hours throwing things into the harbor.
Yeah. I get my throwing arm ready.
It's a fairly big harbor. At some point, you see like a couple of kids come over and they've been like watching you off to the side, like these grown-ass warriors chucking shit into the water, and they come up and start picking up pebbles and chucking them. And
I can throw it farther.
No fair.
Yeah, I'll throw you in the river.
Bigger than me.
But while we're there,
Rage throw.
Tossing stuff in the old harbor. I'm gonna ask Birdie. Hey, birthday.
Hey, Brina. That was a good throw. Did you see that? We made a big
That was
splash.
a nice one. That was a good splash. You need to get it is coming your whole body. You can't just do the arm. You can wear yourself out. Anyways, not important. Are you good?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Are you okay? Because you have gotten like some really fucking weird spells and stuff recently. Like, I don't know if we ever really talked about it, but you went in my dreams and my brother's dreams and can do some pretty scary things. And like, are you okay?
Yeah, it's worrisome. I'll tell you that. Sometimes I scare myself.
I can't tell if you're goofing or not.
No, seriously. I'm working on something. You're not going to believe this, but I think that with the right notes, with the right words, I could change someone's memories.
No.
I think I could do it.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is.
Are you going to make me forget this moment?
Depends.
Are you really the king of Ascalon?
I don't know.
You want to be?
Seems like a lot of responsibility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, I know we all kind of asked you a bunch of questions the other day walking back, but like, are you okay? Because sometimes you tell a lot of jokes and you wear a lot of pretty clothes and you're very funny, but you also sometimes do seem a little sad. And I don't know where that comes from. And you're my friend. And I care about you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all right. It's hard, going from here to there is just quite it's a different state of being,
What you just said made absolutely no sense.
I was hoping you wouldn't.
Where is here and where is there?
Yeah, I mean, there have definitely been some sad things, but I'd rather not discuss them.
Brina, sometimes you don't want to pick at scabs.
No, it is okay. You don't have to share. I pick up another rock and sploosh it into the harbor. It isn't about telling anybody. It's just, sometimes it is a hard load to carry, and so you put the weight off a little bit. Sometimes you can't hold 3 grenades, so I hold a grenade. Just kidding. I don't want that.
I'll hold a grenade.
Yeah.
Stop.
Well, for now, I think I'm happy enough keeping my grenades very far away.
Okay. Well, you just let me know. You know where I sleep.
I do.
Unfortunately.
Always.
Watch this one, and I get like a big fucking over the shoulder.
No, yeah. Brina, that was a child.
Nice.
Brina, pick me up.
Okay.
Throw me into the harbor.
Do you want to go?
Throw me off the cliff.
I do.
Yeah, and as soon as she starts me get a little bit over, and then I'll cast Dimension Door on myself and appear behind Rena.
Nah, Frank, do it, but try.
But yeah.
So, Brina, what would you like to do with your week of downtime?
Honestly, that was pretty much it. If I can hop to Holbrack maybe just for a day or two to check in on the cool sword, as well as have my parents gone back to the homestead? I know that they intended it.
It's only been a couple of days.
Oh, yeah.
They're kind of in the middle of making arrangements and letting people know in town that they've come to build friendships with, what their plans are, but they're still there and they're doing okay.
Good. I just go to check in on everyone. Also see if there has been any word of Halvar.
So far, none.
Figured. But yeah. Kind of spend some time at home. Spend some time at other home in Lion's Arch. I think she just wants to kick it this week. I think she wants to practice her painting. I think she wants to sit next to the harbor with her painting and throw shit in the water. I think she's going to keep an eye on Birdie deliberately, like try and be cool about it, but it's very like mom, like, and that kind of garbage. But other than that, no, that is her downtime. She's a simple woman.
Fair enough. Keytree, what would you like to do this week?
So I don't know if you saw my message. And for the most part of her time, I'm gonna have her be working on making her own. How long would it take to make a greater potion of healing? Like a work week?
Crafting.
I think maybe before we'd only done regular potions.
5 days.
Oh, it does take 5 days.
Yeah,
So I can
5
make a
days for
greater in 5 days. Okay, so I was gonna pick up the regular potions of healing that we get from like Melandri's Grace.
There'd be one waiting for you from the last week of downtime, I think. Because you've only been gone for like 2 days after that.
Okay. And that is 50 gold right there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And to craft your greater is 125.
So that would be 175 for both. And then I can add those to my inventory. And then I guess the only other thing maybe she wanted to do was try racing again in the city. If Alexa will agree to ride on her back.
Pseudo rider.
There we go. There's a tab called Games in Lion's Arch, and I had to find it. So yeah, absolutely. What kind of animal do you shapeshift into?
Let's go into classic. We'll do classic pebbles. You know, I haven't been a horse in a long time, but it can be anything, right?
Just about
Like
any beast, yeah.
Within reason. Well, hold on. I don't think I've done this since I can go up to CR1 with my regular wild shape. So hold on a sec.
Okay.
I think a
war horses
dire wolf
are
is a CR1.
It is.
Okay, I accidentally filtered that the wrong way.
You are
I'm trying to help you cheat, but Alexa, could you now haste her as well while you ride?
I could. I don't know
Ooh,
if it'll let
okay.
me.
It would be certainly frowned upon to cheat in the race.
Well, I mean, I can subtle cast it. No one would ever know.
Oh,
You can.
LOL.
That
But then
morality
if
is up
anyone
to you.
found out, who knows?
I mean, after our whole moral discussion, I don't think Keytree wants anything shady.
Yeah, I'll be a dire wolf. They got a speed of 50 feet.
Yeah. So, I don't think. We did this as a downtime roll for you, right?
Yeah, it was like a
3 checks or something.
skill challenge essentially.
3 different checks.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what I based it on. I think it was pit fighting?
I think that was similar.
That sounds close, maybe.
Because I think you did like athletics checks and stuff.
Right.
Right. I have to roll for the DC randomly of each
Yes.
check.
Oh, that's the part that was hard.
Athletics, acrobatics, and a special constitution check. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we'll say in this race you are up against a large reptilian creature that has more of like a sort of blunted beak with a long protrusion coming out of the back of its head with a little sail of skin-like membrane between that and the base of its skull. It has a sort of melodious call, like a deep woodwind instrument. Its name is Toot.
Oh!
There is a very, very large, it's like the size of a small pony, but it is a goat with curled ram's horns called Melandru's Favorite. There is a tall, almost ostrich-like creature, but it's a little bit more meaty. It's not quite as scrawny looking as ostrich, and its beak is not duckbill shaped, but more of it almost looks like an axe blade turned sideways. So it's like a little bit horned on top and bottom. Large, taloned feet, and it's apparently flightless. And its name is Hard Candy. So as the race begins, I need
What's
you to
my
make an
dire wolf name, you guys? I need a dire wolf name.
Spanky.
Spanky the wolf.
I register as Spanky the wolf.
It was the first word that came into my brain. You're welcome.
Okay.
It's hard having this much roll.
How I make her go
kind
faster.
of a raised eyebrow, but go ahead and make your athletics check.
Cool.
This will be a DC 14. Alright, so you start to fall behind, but as the race
11.
continues on through the streets that have been cleared, someone accidentally spills a little bit of a cart, like barrels and satchels just kind of go tumbling into the...
My cabbages!
So go ahead and make an acrobatics check. Yeah, cabbages everywhere.
Fucker.
But I wasn't gonna make it.
Cabbages.
Shit.
That's a 20.
Oh, good, because it was at 18 DC.
Oh, never mind.
You watch as Toot starts slipping on cabbages,
Oh,
and
no.
Hard Candy is able to kind of jump some of them, but it kind of like knocks up against some of the stalls that line the road, sends a bit of goods flying everywhere, and cursing of the owners as you all pass by.
My cabbages!
And then a dire wolf, I believe, has a D10 hit die.
Yeah, 5d10 plus 10.
Oh.
And I mean, their hit points is 37.
So I need you to roll a d20.
Mm-hmm.
Add the wolf's constitution modifier.
Mm-hmm.
And then roll a d10 and add that.
Okay. Can I do this in here somehow? Oh, I can.
I think you can code it into Foundry, or you're picking the digital dice.
Okay, I'm just gonna
I don't
roll
mind
on
if you roll
D&D
normal.
Beyond. So a D20.
Yep. A d20 and a d10.
So that's a
And then-
4
Okay.
for the D20.
Ooh.
The D10.
Come on, big money.
That's a 7.
Okay.
And then the
Plus.
direwolf's constitution modifier is +2.
Okay.
So that's 9 plus 4, so that's 13.
You beat it by 1.
Oh my gosh.
The random DC was 12. So
God.
that's 2 successes. As you guys make your way into the final leg of the race, Toot just manages to catch his second wind and push ahead of everyone, hollering in his sort of melodious call as he and his rider pass the finish line. But you come in second, And
I mean, Toot is the one that should have. If anyone was gonna win, it should have been Toot.
And with the money that had been bet on you guys in exchange, the house awards you 100 gold pieces.
I give Alexa 50.
Oh, that's more than you. Don't have to do that.
No, I
did all
wouldn't
the
have done
hard
this
work.
without you.
Okay.
I mean, if I showed up as an animal and talked, they'd literally have kicked me out.
I see a lot of strange things, I'm sure.
I think they're a little bit more bloodthirsty about their sports.
That's fair.
Okay.
And then aside from potion making and the race, and she already opened her bank account. So yeah, Q-Tree's good.
Okay. Fair
Got
enough.
her bank account roll.
Galatar. What is Galatar up to?
Yeah, so the first thing was he wanted to see about acquiring the magic mouse spell. I don't believe it is in Helen Page Turner. Is that her name?
Helga.
Helga Page Turner at
Yeah,
the Bookworm
the
Bounty.
Bookworm's Bounty.
She doesn't have that in her selection, I believe, but I wanted to see if she could order it or if I could pay extra or find a place to get it.
She doesn't really have a way to order spells, but as you go in to talk to her, you find her sitting behind her desk, kind of curled up, scribing out something. And she tells you that she has recently had a little windfall, and some explorers came in that had been out doing other things, and she has a couple of scrolls available.
Oh, okay. And Magic Mouth is one of them?
Magic Mouth is one of them.
Sweet.
That would be
really funny.
500 gold for the scroll.
Okay.
And you'll
I
need
could
to...
have made you one.
I think you need to do... What is it? Is it an Arcana check to get it into your book?
I think it's Arcana. I can double check.
Because this is actually a spell scroll that you can cast, as opposed to a page torn out of someone's book.
Let me, yeah, you make an Intelligence Arcana check with the DC equal to 10 plus the spell's level.
It'd be 12.
And I actually
You
have an
a plus
Arcana of 13. Yeah, so I can't lose. I got a 30.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
I mean, you could literally roll a 1 and still get it.
Yeah. Expertise is nice. It's the only thing I can do with expertise. So I'll copy that into my spell book then one of the days. The other thing that I needed to do was my sword was set to be ready this week. So I already paid the 500 gold. So I think I just need to travel to Holbrecht to pick it up.
Absolutely. It's 10 gold to get through the gate.
Okay.
But yeah.
Subtract that. And then the only other thing on my to-do list was if he could find Kitri on Thursday night. I don't know if she's busy. Is Kitri busy on Thursday night?
No.
That when
she's watering her plants, probably.
Okay. Well,
playing
as you're
with
watering
Biscuit.
your plants, Galatar comes in probably around like 4 o'clock with his new beautiful sword in his hip. And he says, hey, Kitri, I know that, things have been kind of rough lately and we've had a tough go of it and, whatnot. But my family's actually having like a big get together. My brother's coming in from Rata soon. And so since you had tough time, I was wondering if you'd love to come. Roland said you were more than welcome to come and hang out. And Burkhard is going to be cooking. He's the better cook, so it's probably the good thing. But my whole family will be there. If you want to come hang out with us, you're welcome to. I can cover your passage through the gate.
I think that'd be really fun. Thank you, Galatar. Do you want to invite anyone else, or I don't know?
Well, I think the others are kind of Brina's still, I believe, down at the river throwing rocks. You can, if you're fine inviting the others, I can see if they're free too.
It's up to you. This is your family gathering. I'm happy to go.
Okay. Well, if the others are busy, I'll see if I see them in the place on the way out, and if not, we'll just head out.
Okay.
And then if I guess anybody's out, I don't know if people are out there or not. I don't know what people are doing at 2:30 on a Thursday.
Yeah, so we'll leave that kind of open for a little bit.
Yeah. But then
what's your alibi?
His other big thing is just to go to his little family get together with their whole banquet thing, or potluck rather. And I think that's everything he had.
Okay. Kala.
Yeah. Going to the Cenobium and then to see Kolinar.
Okay.
I think I still don't know how to spell Cenobium.
C-E-N.
Yeah.
I was spelling it with the S-Y-N.
Yeah, it's related to the word Cenobite, which comes from the Greek for someone who lives in a cloister. Or someone who lives apart.
But not a pinhead.
Technically, it's the same term.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, you go to the Cenobium to kind of freshen up and get clean and stuff, and then you go see Kolinar. Is that what you're...
Yeah.
Yeah. I will point out that it's not on the list of things that you told me, I think. Or is it on
Yeah, it was
is
number
it the first one? Oh,
on
shit,
my
I
list,
totally
yeah.
looked over that. I probably just assumed you were going to do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you
Do it.
show up and Townsend greets you at the door, lets you in, and you see that there are a couple of spectral servants running around that have like cloaks kind of draped about them so you can see where they're moving. Just doing chores, cleaning, stacking things, organizing the kitchen, and so forth. And Townsend just says, welcome. What can we do for you? A pleasure to see you, as always.
I was hoping to talk to Kolinar if he's not busy.
If you'll have a seat, he should be back any moment. He's been
Sure.
in council with Marshall Trahearne.
Oh, yeah?
Mm.
Is he eating and sleeping okay?
Better. I've been able to prevail upon him somewhat since your last visit.
That's good.
It helps that I can shoulder some of the burden, at least mentally. But please, have a seat. And he pours you a glass of tea, and you wait, and kind of chit-chat and catch up. I assume you tell him about where you've been. And about 45 minutes later, Kolinar walks through the door. Akala, a pleasure. Forgive me, I'm a bit road dirty. He's cast a quick spell and cast it a couple more times, and gradually from head to toe, the dust of the road and the salt spray from the sea is cleaned from him. That's much better. Oh, you've poured some tea. Thank you so much. Townsend just says, of course. And he sits down, and you are now flanked by two Kolinars. So, what brings you here?
Well, I just got back from the Black Citadel. We were gone a few days.
Yes. And how are things in old Ascalon?
Great. We ended the Foefire.
He arches an eyebrow.
It was a ritual Birdie did.
He gives you a slight look of disbelief.
Yeah, I'll tell him the whole story about everything.
Okay. As the story progresses, he goes from listening intently to expressions of being impressed, at times a little nonplussed, like not quite sure how to react. But when you come to describe the end of that ritual and the banishment of the Foefire, there's this breaking of understanding across his face. So it had to be someone of Ascalon blood. Interesting. That is potent magic, but wise. They would never have considered someone from Ascalon would have ended such a thing while the Char held the territory. That was quite clever of them, really. It's a shame about the crown and the sword, though. I'll have to reach out to Tribune Brimstone and ask him about Sohathan, the sister blade to Adalbern's own. Orion, as I understand them, artifacts given to the first king of Ascalon, or first king of mankind, really. King Doric, I believe. It'll be interesting to work with. Perhaps he'll
pay me a visit sometimes when things aren't quite so hectic.
Maybe.
Well, in any case, I'm glad to see you're safe.
Yeah, it wasn't too dangerous.
The transformed char creature sounded
It's a little
dangerous.
dangerous.
And your shadow is intact, hasn't behaved strangely since?
No, it seems normal now.
If you don't mind, may I have your hand?
Sure.
Thank you. This will only take a moment. And he puts his hands like clasping above and below yours, and he closes his eyes, and as he opens them, there's just the faintest pinprick of blue arcane glimmer within them. And he sort of mutters silently to himself, and Townsend, sitting next to you, just kind of like leans his head out so you can see, gives you a little wink. A minute goes by, and he says, all right, and he gives your hand a pat and then withdraws his hands. I just wanted to make sure you weren't under any other strange magical effects. All clean.
Only the ones I put you under.
That's good.
Yes. It sounded like a dangerous glyph. I'm not sure what exactly the nature of that would have been, but I'm glad you were able to handle it.
I have a weird question. And I pull
Is it happening?
the frostworm egg out of the bag.
Never mind, it's not happening.
It is ripe. It stinks heavily, and it's getting a little bit spongy on the outside.
Yeah. Is it?
Ah.
Well, it did not smell like that when I put it in there.
That is a rather large egg.
This is not magic anymore, is it?
Well,
It's magic expiration.
Sort of snaps his fingers, and you see again this pinprick of blue arcane light in his eyes, and he looks it over. Well, it doesn't have a magical aura, although the scent is an aura in and of itself.
I'll put it back in the bag.
Yes, stink bomb.
Was it magical before?
Well, we met a weaponsmith in Holbrook who said he could make magic weapons with them.
Oh, that would be Bygarth.
Yeah. You've heard of him?
Talented craftsman. I have. He has somewhat of a reputation for making weapons imbued with arcane resilience, shall we say. The egg itself may not have been magical, but more of a component of sorts, a powerful item from a very strong, very potent creature. And from the size of it, I think you've told me this was the frostworm you killed.
Yeah, this is the one that swallowed me.
Yes. As well, it is certainly fragrant. I doubt it could be used in magical rituals at this point.
Yeah, Alexa and Galatar wanted to experiment on it or something. I think they forgot about it. So.
Well, should something like that occur in the future, I would suggest some sort of preservation magic or something like that to keep it longer, unless you plan on using it quickly. Biological components are often quite difficult to work with, and he kind of goes into like a 5-minute spiel about it until eventually Townsend kind of like reaches around you and pats him on the shoulder a little bit. My apologies.
It's all right.
Townsend ships it. Good.
Oh yeah, I'll ask him if he wants that old ritual book. The grave robbing book.
From the from the pedestal in the mortuary temple. Yeah, so you lay that out on the table, and Townsend goes, "Oh, lovely. Well, did you get this from the catacombs?"
Yeah.
Kulinar, look at this. I have no see. This is quite a piece. And they both kind of like push it out from you, so where they can both reach it, and they start thumbing through the pages. Oh, this is fascinating. I would love to study it briefly. I shall notify the
high priestess at the Temple of Grenth here in Lion's Arch. I assume they will request that I take this to the High Temple in Divinity's Reach.
Hmm.
The archpriest over all the priesthood of Grenth would probably love to get their hands on this.
Well, I also found this. And then there's like another book, a censer, and a robe.
Wow. You certainly made out well
Just
from this endeavor, didn't
stuff.
you? Do you know what these are? Do they have any sort of significance? I can see the censer is clearly magical.
Is it? I didn't know that.
I think I did.
I don't think we knew it was magical.
I think I detect magic up when we found it.
There was a mimic, so I just kind of grabbed everything quick.
Ossuary, that's what I'm looking for. He thumbs through the small little ritual spellbook. And just nods and all right. Yes, well, that makes sense. He's just kind of muttering to himself, and when he finishes, he says, this appears to be a small book of priestly rites and common spells used in the priesthood of Grenth. It's possibly belonged to a novice or a young apprentice. I'll hold it for the moment if you wish, but I'll take it with the tome and present it to the leaders of the temple here in town.
That's probably good.
This censer, it seems, is used to conduct rituals of preservation and protection for those who have recently passed away. It prevents them from being raised as undead or spoiling, for lack of a better term. These robes don't appear to be magical. The cloth is decent material. They're a little weather worn. Oh yeah, you could probably sell them at the market or keep them if you wish. I don't anticipate the priesthood would care one way or the other here.
All right. I'll put the robes back in the bag.
Very well. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No.
Very well. Oh, you're welcome to stay for dinner. I'm just sitting down for my evening meal.
Sure. I will ask him about the meeting with the with Trahearne.
He tells you that he has been, over the last couple of days, consulting with the Marshal and other leaders of the Orders of Tyria, specifically with Steward Gix of the Dermond Priory and Inspector Ellen Keel and Captain Magnus, who head the Lion Guard. They've been working on battle plans for the retake of Claw Island, and he's been lending his arcane expertise. Plans are proceeding apace, and he says that now that you're back, he will let Inspector Keel know, and it would be wise to stick close to town for a couple of days, because they may require your presence in the council chambers.
I hope they don't want any help. Just our presence.
You know?
You're not planning on going to Claw Island, are you?
Well, the plans haven't been finalized just yet. I haven't taken it off the table. I'm not much of a war mage, so to speak. I'm not a combatant, really, but I am in possession of powerful capabilities, so we'll see if my expertise could be used. I don't know. Why? I assume if they ask for your help, you'll volunteer.
Well, yeah.
Why should I be any different?
Well, because I'm used to doing like dangerous stuff, and you don't do stuff like that.
Well, magic is dangerous in and of itself. He kind of puffs up a little bit. I think I could maybe handle myself if it came to fisticuffs.
I'll dump him. Girl, dump him.
Maybe you could make another copy and send that.
What, another of Townsend? Oh,
Yeah.
that was incredibly expensive. I don't think I shall be doing that again.
Hmm.
Yes, besides, once I create a simulacrum and Townsend finishes his sentence, it says, once we use our spells, we can't recover the energy lost, unfortunately. So I am unable to be of arcane assistance without some sort of implement that would cast the spells on my behalf.
All right. I guess that's it. Just have dinner with him.
Okay. Yeah, you pass a pleasant evening. What else would you do for your downtime?
Picking up my new short swords from Avia.
Okay. Yeah, they are ready to go. She and Ember are working the forge when you come in. You see they're minting a couple of new blades and working on some armor for the Lion Guard. Kind of a typical set, like you've seen similar uniforms out about.
The new short swords ready?
Yeah, they just sort of nod and you paid for them already, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Alvia just kind of points over to a shelf where they're hung up in scabbards. Right there, go ahead.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Is that egg like totally bad? Like I can't eat it?
It's pretty bad.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then I won't try to eat it.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go to the trash pit.
Okay. You tell anybody you're going?
No, I just go.
Right. Yeah, you make your way out. There's nobody there.
I take the tail tips that I have gathered, wrap them up together, and just like toss them into the trash pit.
Okay. Yeah, you watch them sail into the air, and they just disappear amongst the junk and refuse at the bottom.
All right. And then I use my leatherworker's tools to make some tally marks on my bracer. Still like counting them, but not so gross.
Okay. Yeah.
And see if I can pick up my bed from Tally.
Yeah, bed frame is made at this point. I think it's just going to take the last week.
Okay.
Yeah, at some point during the week, you guys see Kala hauling in like large, like not ornate, but clearly worked wood, putting together her own bed frame. No longer sleeping in a bedroll on the floor.
Paula, congratulations. That's pretty comfy.
Oh yeah, I just needed the storage space under it. I ran out of room for weapons.
And if you know, if like a gentleman friend were to come over, you want to be like, oh, look at this bed frame I have. Right?
Is that it?
Hey,
People show off their furniture. That's
you got this one. Woohoo!
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It's good actually.
Okay.
And then I'll talk to Tim about a camping trip in the Shiver Peaks. Not for this downtime, but maybe later.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. So one night during the week, you step down to the tavern, have a drink, you're sitting there. The cup slides over to you, pushed by a seemingly invisible hand. Kind of tip it a little bit to Leaf, and Tim chats you up. You mention this, and he just says, well, sure, maybe. Maybe after things have calmed down a bit. It seems a bit strange to go on holiday while folks are fighting dragon minions and who knows what else. But yeah, no, it's mighty kind of you, miss. I appreciate it.
I like the Shiver Peaks.
Well, I've always wanted to see them. All that snow, clear skies, yeah. Plus the Norn. I mean, You know, I hear they like to party.
Yeah, they like to drink a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not fool enough to get into a contest with them, but, you know, I like a good sip too myself from time to time. Yeah, could be fun. I mean, if you're up for it, I'd love to accompany you.
Yeah, all right.
Awesome. He pours himself a little bit in the mug and clanks your mug. And
That's a
it.
friendship date.
I will use my wish spell to make that man's dreams come true.
Finally can cast it one time.
I can only do it one time. It will be for Tim's dreams.
Is that the end of your activities?
Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. Alexa,
So say, I guess that leaves me.
you and Birdie.
So yes, I will spend my week, the overarching week, building my level 3 cartridge for haste.
Okay. That's
Was that
400
Arcana?
gold.
Oh, so yeah, that was just the gold. That's right.
Yeah, it's just 400 gold because you've already done the research for the cartridge.
Yes. Minus 40 platinum. Excellent. So then I will also at one point chat up Birdie and Birdie, would you like to go down to the market sometime? And I need to pick up some new makeup for some spells.
Oh. For spells?
Well, yes, but they
I
can
mean,
be
if you-
flashy.
Wait, hold on. The makeup is for the spells, not just because?
Yes, the makeup is for the spell.
Okay, I guess. It's less exciting, honestly, but
You're not excited about going to get makeup?
not for spells. I mean, what it's like that's like a grocery list. I mean, are we doing makeovers or are we doing spells?
Well, I mean, I need whatever compliment me.
Oh, so the makeup is for your face. It's part of a
Yes.
spell. I
Like,
thought you just
I should
needed
have said
makeup
eyeshadow. I need
for a
some
spell.
eyeshadow.
Okay, that we can do.
Yes, that's my bad.
Let's go. I thought you just like needed makeup.
We also have to make another short trip, and that's why I want you to come along as just a little bodyguard. But yeah, the makeup is the first
Oh,
thing.
okay. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so yeah, I go up to my room and I open my safe and I get out 1,900 gold.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Birdie, let's stop at the bank. Let's go high rolling today, huh? All right.
I like
Yeah,
to
if
think
we-
Birdie like counts the value by the clink of the coins.
He can smell it. He's
Sorry,
like,
you
oh,
got that, pass it.
1900. That's a good number.
Actually, you know what? I'll make it even 2 because I forgot I gotta get some other stuff.
Yeah, shoot. If we're pulling money out of the bank, I'll pull some money out of the bank too. I'll pull like two G's. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you guys go down to the bazaar. Yeah, you find whatever you need. Really, it's a stuffed market.
Yeah, so I am picking up, what was it, mushroom paste and yada yada yada, and for true seeing,
Yeah, you watch as Alexa grabs like
mushroom
Uh,
powder, saffron, and fat.
yeah, like lots of like rare spices and special spell components, but then also like some coloring agents.
Mhm.
Yeah. Can I while I'm there, I'll also pick up if it's not too hard to find like 500 gold worth of diamond dust.
Yeah, there's a jewel market there.
I will pick up 100 jade dust with you there,
All right.
Yeah.
Now we're cooking.
and I get 6 charges of my eyeshadow,
Okay.
so it's 150 gold.
Cool.
And then after a long day of shopping and popping around, Birdie, what do you say we end this on a high note and head to the Grove?
Okay.
On a high
Now
note,
we're talking. All right. Yeah,
want to
sure.
do drugs?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's stock up. I tell you what, though, if we go to, and I always forget a name, and she's such a bitch. Melody
Yes.
Marshgrass.
Melody Marshgrass.
Melody,
Yeah.
she might have something. I mean, we can go to the Grove, but I feel like Z might have something.
That's fair. but I don't know. She doesn't like us so much.
That's true. She's horrible. Let's not go to her. I don't even want to give her our business. Let's
Right.
go halfway around the world.
We'd be there in an instant, so it's fine.
yeah, we'll do it. Let's go.
Yeah, it's 10 gold to get there, it's 10 gold to get
Yeah.
back. But you guys step through the Asura Gate and find yourself in the Grove. There are the familiar bowers at this top level of the city, the Song Bower, the Commons. Let's see.
Oh shit! Before we do go, I forgot. We gotta go.
Yeah.
I'm not carrying 2,000 gold to get drugs.
Oh,
We will stop over. Actually, well, fuck. We should go see Melody because that's where I'm taking all this money is to make a down payment for my robot.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. If you want to do that,
Yeah.
that's good.
So yeah, I guess we will have the Melodies.
okay. Sorry, where'd you say you were going?
Back to Melodies, not going to the Grove because I forgot that's where I'm taking this money.
Oh, okay. So you head to Melodies. Yeah, I mean, you know where the block is in the docks district, in the harbor ward. Easily enough you find it, and yeah, Melody's just kind of like spritzing some water onto her hanging plants. You guys come through the door, there's a little ring of the bell, and she stops and turns. Oh joy, what a happy day. What can I
No
do
one
for
else
you?
in there.
Spritz. Now there's always
That's what Bertie says as he walks in.
I know, it was so hard. Oh, Melody, we were wondering if you had anything special, like from the Grove, of the consumable variety.
She stops mid-spritz, turns very slowly, deliberately, makes eye contact with you, Alexa. Really? I figured you two were a little more square than that. Yes, I happen to have some things if you're interested. What exactly are you looking for?
Tell her that you're a cop.
A good time.
Some dream leaf.
Good
I figured those
times I have
mushrooms, however.
in abundance.
Oh, we don't even need to go to the grove. I'm adding 20 gold pieces back to my inventory.
Yeah, I did.
All right, yeah, we'll just do it here.
Yeah, I think we had dream leaf in the Grove, and there were also these mushrooms. I can't remember the fancy caps. Is that where they were?
Yeah,
That is
what do
they were
you?
called.
Yeah, I'll take a little dream leaf. Take the edge off.
Happily. I have some dream leaf here that's 5 gold for a single use. You could either brew it, make a tea, or you can burn it and inhale the smoke.
Yeah, I'll give her 4 gold. Or 20 gold. Four charges.
Yeah, I'll take 2 charges of the dream leaf.
Oh, all right then. Someone's got a busy week ahead. Or rather not. Put that on the table. I don't have any fancy cow, but I have a bit of cackle root. If you're looking to cut loose and relax for a while.
No, this one isn't quite my speed. But thank you for the dream leaf.
You're welcome.
If you do happen to get any fancy cap, though, I definitely will get it.
Noted.
It's crazy because Jimmy doesn't actually know anything about drugs.
Nothing at all.
Thank goodness. I'm glad that you get to live out these silly fantasies in Dungeons and Dragons, not in real life. So that would be a
Never.
crime.
Yeah, the
Never.
dream leaf will be good for me.
I do have something reserved for special clientele.
Smalley. Just kidding.
Since you are so favored by my employer, and she pulls out just like a little box. It's about 3 inches in any diameter or any side. It's about 3-inch cube. It's kind of like a gold on the outside, like gold cardstock.
This is
It's
from
a-
Rod.
it's a
Assume
thin
it's the
box.
design of drugs.
She
Thinking it might be
pulls
like
the top off,
acid.
and what what you see inside looks kind of like Spanish moss,
Oh,
but it is a shining, almost like chrome finish on it. It's
Yes.
very, very shiny and straight, almost
this
metallic
sounds
moss.
Super dangerous.
I want this one.
And she says, "This is moon moss. It's very rare. You have to collect it under the light of a full moon in a specially curated garden. But it can be quite intense. So I recommend taking it in a safe location and not making any plans."
On the boat ride to Skull Island, right?
Yeah. I'll take some. How much was moon moss? How much is one of these run? Yeah.
20 gold.
Oh,
Done.
shit. Yeah, easy.
Done.
Peasy, lemon squeezy. I want 2 at least.
I have 4 available.
You did 2 and 2? You splitsies?
Yeah,
Sure.
here's 40
Very
gold.
hard to come by. But happily, yeah. Enjoy. Again, don't make any plans.
Won't plan on it.
I usually try not to.
Hmm.
Well, thanks. We were just kind of in the neighborhood and wanted to see if you had any.
Well, it is always a pleasure.
Isn't it
Just
just?
like has no expression.
Right, right.
Well, Melody. And Alexa, did you have other business here?
Not here, but with Schema and what's his name? I forget at the moment.
Siegfried.
Sig.
Well, Melody, you just have a wonderful day.
You too.
Bye. Toodles. Really.
Right.
So what else you doing? You going
Heading to
see-
Schema and Sig. But I mean, we don't have to really RP. I'm just gonna drop off 1,500 with Schema and 400 with Sig.
Cool.
So that's like just good faith payment for next week kind of thing. Like here's some money. Keep working if you need more
Yeah,
materials
they
or something.
pull out kind of what they've been working on so far and show you what the process is. And yeah, they're working on it.
Yeah. Good faith payment kind of thing.
Okay.
And yeah, then no, I'll save it for next time.
Okay. That brings it to Bertie, our final contestant of the evening.
Well, I honestly
Okay.
tagging along with other people. I got through most of what I wanted.
I love it when it works out like that.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is I will go to the Cenobium, do a little spa day. Get some time in the steam room. I think that's where Birdie like is able to hone his magic the most effective, like having that kind of like space that he can operate in and mess around in the mist and cast his illusions. It's having like a background to put them up against kind of.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I don't really have anything. I got all my diamond dust, got my drugs, threw my grenades.
Was on the agenda. I would like to state for the record, I definitely would have gone to the Cenobian to see my hot girlfriend. That's just every time I say it, you guys are like, oh, and it's just not. And I blush like a child. So, but
So
You can't.
when you go to see her.
God damn it, Ryan.
What? I try to prepare for when you do that. You go to the Cenobium, and as you're kind of walking around the first couple of floors, you're eventually you make your way to the door that leads up the stairs to like where her office / living quarters are, because you have been directed that she is up there, and the priests at the door that are kind of like guarding the place stop you. And they ask for a moment of time as one of them ascends to ask if it's all right to have someone come up. And while they're gone, the other one tells you that she's been very busy lately and she's asked not to be disturbed.
Oh.
But after 5 minutes or so, the other person comes back down. They're a little bit out of breath because it's a tall tower. And you are shown up into the office area where the abbess works and lives, and you see that she's sitting at the desk, and behind her is the sort of open balcony with sort of like thin linen curtains with like silk drapes out over them, all tied back for this beautiful view of the ocean. But she is working very steadily at her desk, and you can see like a pile of scrolls, and she's got one piece of parchment kind of laid out and weighted down, and she is drawing very meticulously with a very fancy brush with a very fine tip. And as you approach, she is drawing a nearly perfect circle. It's almost flawless, and the ink kind of like sparkles pink and purple, and the ink itself appears as it hits the page, appears to be silver in color, as opposed to the familiar blacks or violets or indigos you're used to seeing. Eventually, she finishes that stroke and lifts the brush in a very graceful motion and looks up, and you can see that she looks a little tired. But she beams at you, this big smile, and that weariness seems to kind of melt away. And she just lets out a brief sigh. Brina, it's so good to see you.
Hi.
And she gets up and like walks around the desk and just gives you a slow but very firm hug, and you can feel like the bulge of her biceps under her robes.
Is now a good time? I can come back later. You seem busy.
Now would be a wonderful time. I'm so tired. I'm helping, scribing some spell scrolls for the Pact. They need a little assistance as they try to retake Claw Island.
Hey.
My
Yeah.
priests are not warriors, but I can work a little bit of illusion magic for them, so we'll
That's
do what we
handy.
can.
Yeah, I think that is maybe next on our agenda as well. Maybe visiting.
I would be surprised if they
One.
didn't enlist your aid.
Well, we've earned a bit of a reputation at this point, for better or worse.
You have indeed.
Probably for worse, but we.
She kind of hooks your elbow and leads you over to sit on one of her long, like velvet couches. She sort of reclines and puts her hands behind her head and kicks her feet up on your lap. So,
Well,
what have you been up to?
I
And you don't have to RP it, but she just asks
Yeah.
how you been.
just let her know what we've been up to. I tell her all about our mysterious hijinks, our conflict over whether or not theft is okay. Actually, I would ask her about Lissa's perspective on grave robbing. Sorry.
She thinks a good couple of minutes. And you can see like she's kind of tapping her feet a little bit. Every now and then she kind of like pokes you with a toe playfully. Eventually she says, well, my people believe that when we die, our souls are presented to Grenth for judgment. And if we are found worthy, we are taken on to the realms where our gods dwell eternal. So, assuming that I have done as Lissa wishes and am worthy in her sight, I shall be led to her realm. It is my great hope. But the things we leave behind us here cannot come with us. They are of no use once we are in those blessed and happy realms beyond this one. But we do recognize the respect due to those who have passed, and especially the hallowed ground in which they have been interred.
Makes sense.
You took an artifact of a powerful illusionist who followed Lissa. I don't know where this mask may have came from. It could have been a gift from Lissa herself, or designed by one of her priests, or not. There's really no way of knowing unless you were to find something that Vasar had written and left behind himself. But I think it's less a matter of whether or not you take it, and more how you might take it. I think there's an argument to be made about taking it with respect for the object itself, its heritage, its pedigree, and for the one with whom it's buried. I think done in respect and with noble intent, it's permissible. Perhaps some sort of atonement might be made later, offering at the temple, or some gesture of respect. But desecrating a tomb, and destroying its inhabitants, or otherwise mutilating a corpse, violating the sanctity of such a place would be a fairly dark mark.
I figured that's a big
think the gods
no.
would have a problem with, yes.
Yeah, no, I don't think that was on any of our plans, but
Oh, that's good.
yeah. I did zone out a little bit at the end there. I'm sorry, I got distracted. The sun was hitting your hair in such a way, it is just really,
She
but I got it.
gives it a good flip. I'm distracting you.
Stop it. You just, all right. Have some fun. Okay. But yeah, I just catch up on all of the recent hijinks. Glad to know that grave robbing's like still a gray area. Yeah. And then we kiss and fall in love, obviously.
Yeah, fade to black. All right.
Cavefield, I don't know what else you had. I'm sorry to sidetrack.
No, I'm good. I don't think I have anything really.
Yeah. So Galatar is going home for a family dinner.
Yep.
So anyone who would be free that Thursday night, if you extend the invitation to them, you guys are welcome to say you went. Just make that canon.
Absolutely. Oh, and before I forget, just that I remember for our next little adventure when we go to Claw Island, I'm going to go ahead and cast Contingency with the Resilient Sphere spell for when I say the word, oh shit.
Okay.
Just so that I've done that and I don't forget later to do that.
What are you targeting with that spell?
It can only target myself with Contingency.
You're going to target yourself with Resilient Sphere?
Yeah, because it protects a creature from any damage. So,
yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Awesome. It also makes
so
you
if I
weigh
say, oh
1
shit,
pound.
suddenly there will be a sphere around me.
You weigh
If you
1
like stub
pound.
your toe
Yes.
and like
Yeah.
When you're inside the sphere,
Potentially, yeah.
it weighs 1 pound, regardless of how much
I'm
you weigh.
trying to little
Just trip
Galatar
falling
beach
off the
ball.
ship or get stung by a bee
Yeah,
and a sphere.
you
just
guys can throw
magically appears.
Galatar like a beach ball. Back
That
and
would be
forth.
fun.
Oh.
We now we just
Ah.
try to get him to say, "Oh shit."
Mhm.
So, as the week kind of draws to a close, and we will end very shortly. It's 7:30. There is a soft knock on your door, and it's early in the morning enough that you're probably all home. And kind of standing there, bobbing up and down on his feet, dressed in a light sort of chain shirt and the regalia of the Lion Guard, is a familiar, young, kind of portly soldier who says, "Good morning, guys. Good to see you again."
He's back. I don't even remember his name, but I miss him.
Lion Guard Mortimer.
Oh,
Mortimer!
Morty!
Didn't that dude
You
get
guys all
promoted?
had a good night.
Morty, the best night. We missed you. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you very much. Apologize for the earliness of the hour, but I've been sent by Marshall Trahearne, asked to bring you to the crow's nest, if you please.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you doing well? Are you going to Claw Island?
Not quite sure at the moment. Lots of folks joining up, ready to ship out, defend our homes. Lots of loved ones not so thrilled about that prospect.
Yeah, I
But,
imagine.
You know, everyone's pretty hopeful we'll
Thanks.
succeed.
Mhm.
Rumor has it, even some of the more notorious independent captains have signed on to help retake the island.
Oh.
So,
Anyone
As a
of
member
note?
of the Lion Guard, I go where they tell me. But
Hmm.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Do you
I
know
will
if Penumbra is
protect
going to be
you.
there?
Say what?
Do you know if Penumbra is going to be there, Mortimer?
Penumbra. Oh. Well, no, actually.
Huh.
As far as I know, none of them have made it back from the last time they left. Last I heard,
Oh.
they were in Ebonhawk.
They're still not back from
Aw.
Ebonhawk?
Not that I've heard.
Oh, well, that's been a few weeks. I can't track.
It's been some
I'm
time.
sure they're
Yep.
fine.
Another time, yeah. I'll worry about that later. Sorry.
Well, feel free to take a moment, get your gear, get dressed, and I'll.
Do anything? Do you want anything to drink while we're getting our stuff?
Well, no, thank you, miss. I've had plenty. Appreciate the offer, though.
Freaking love Morty.
Put on a good outfit then. Nice.
Yeah.
I want to see the Marshall.
Oh, well, I'll do this later too. Never mind. I'm just gonna do that later. Yeah.
I will say that his comment about lots of people signing up to kind of join in this effort, over the last week, as you guys think back, as you've been traveling about the city, you realize that you noticed that there were fewer people kind of bustling about the streets as they normally would. Lots of familiar faces that, even if you didn't know their names, are kind of people you tend to see at stalls or around certain neighborhoods. Like, you know, that guy with the streak of gray hair, like he's a fisherman and he's always walking by this place. You now see several of these people wearing the regalia of the Lion Guard, or many are actually sporting the livery of the Vigil, the more militaristic of the three major orders. And there's like a slight tension in the air, as though everyone's just kind of like waiting for the next crack of thunder or some portent. Like it's not necessarily like down, but there's definitely kind of an anticipation. Something's building. But you guys prepare and you are led to the Crow's Nest. Paige, if you need to head out, this would be a great time to stop it. So.
All right. My plans got rearranged, but I'm good.
Oh, okay. All right,
Yeah.
is everybody good to keep going?
Yeah. Fine with me.
I mean,
Sort of. I need a pee if we're gonna keep going.
Oh yeah, if we could do a bio
Let's
break right now, that'd
do
be
a bio
perfect.
break because we won't play much longer, but there's just a little bit we'll do before we stop.
Yeah.
be fine then.
Everybody take
On
a
a
bio.
stopping point. Yeah.
All right. So, Mortimer leads you back to the Crow's Nest. You are shown through the lobby area and up to the stairs that take you to the top level. You enter the familiar, large kind of audience chamber, and you can see that it's been kind of rearranged to be more of a command center than a bar, entertainment room. There's still a large table in the center with a big map kind of splayed out on it, and several other smaller maps and charts of the nearby seas and different things like that. There are ledgers and lists and all sorts of paraphernalia. Trahearne is sitting at the table with a couple of other people. You recognize Steward Gix, the Chief Magister of the Durman Priory. You recognize the large char. So Steward Gix is Sora. You recognize the large hulking char in heavy plate armor that is General Almora Soulkeeper, the leader of the Vigil, as well as a human in shining half plate medium armor that is the Lightbringer, Dorn Velasquez, who is the representative of the Order of Whispers, who is here.
Was he the representative at that dinner that we had that got attacked
Yes,
by
he
the
was.
Pact? Okay.
Yes, he was. As you all approach, you are greeted by the Marshall Trahearne, who gestures you to approach the table, and he says, "Ah, thank you for coming. Plans for retaking Claw Island are nearly complete. This will be the first test of our new pact and its forces. The Lion Guard will provide the ships and crews. The Vigil will provide the soldiers. The Priory will assign Arcanists for support, and the Order of Whispers has already gathered a great deal of intelligence that we need. And as he's saying this, you hear footsteps behind you as Inspector Ellen Keel and the towering Norn form of Captain Magnus also enter the door. And Ellen Keel just says, thank you, Pact Marshal. I'm sorry we're late. We were detained briefly. Not to worry, Inspector, please. You and the Captain are most welcome. I was just explaining. The general plan is that our Pact forces will separate into 3 groups. 1 to secure the northern docks, 1 each to secure east and west beaches of the island. Fort Stalwart itself is crawling with risen servants of the Orion Dragon, mostly shambling half-feral corpses, but also several larger, stronger creatures, and a few particularly well-armed and outfitted creatures that seem to act as lieutenants or captains, guiding their actions. Watching over this undead garrison from the fort's high tower is a particularly vile lich. It was created by the enslaved corpse of a fallen Orion prince named Elasal. I have encountered rumor and mention of him before during my time exploring Ore. The island itself is surrounded by patrolling risen ships, and worse. Our goal, primarily, is the beacon in the high tower. Prince Elasal has extinguished the great beacon that once guided ships entering our bay, corrupting it with some dark ritual that emboldens and strengthens the Risen. We need to take out Elasal and cleanse the Black Flame beacon. I've been working on a ritual of purification with one of the local priests of Dwayna. We should be able to reverse the effect and turn the flames into a beacon of hope and light, cowing the Risen and bolstering our own forces. He kind of holds your gaze for a moment and says with a very solemn voice, "Many Whispers agents died to bring us this information." He looks over towards Ellen Keel, who's nodding her head respectfully, and Captain Magnus, who's now sat down and kind of crossed his arms, is taking up almost 2 people's worth of space. And they're both just kind of looking at him very seriously. Magnus pipes up and says, "My Lion Guard are the best navigators around, but we don't outfit our ships for stealth, and only a few for speed. I can outrun a Risen ship, but not their entire fleet. Our ships will need to focus their efforts on holding off their ships so that your soldiers can land and do what they need to do on the beaches and the docks." And Trahearne says, "Yes, and that is the problem. That is why I've called the Trollskull Six here today. We need someone who can infiltrate the island in secret, who can scale this tower and assault this lich, preferably without access to his many reinforcements. The Lion Guard Navy will be distracting the ships, and the Vigil soldiers, the Priory Arcanists, and perhaps some Whispers scouts will be creating, I imagine, quite a distraction on the land and in the sea. I don't suppose you 6 have any idea of how you might be able to accomplish this feat."
Galatar has a boat.
Yeah, we've got the boat that we could use.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's this little thing here. You can you just say magic words and it can expand into like 30 different sizes of boats. It's kind of cool.
How would you plan on slipping past the risen ships?
Well, if we got off one of the bigger vessels in like a little alcove or something and could get on our little boat and perhaps sail to the island while the risen fleet is distracted, we could potentially disguise ourselves. Or I could create an illusion, or Bertie specializes in illusions to make it look like, you know, we're not there. It's just the
I
wolf.
can make everyone look like we're supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Do you, if you have, if somebody could put up a sketch or something of what the minions look like.
I can also make us all stealthier. So not only would we look like them, we could blend in even more.
I also have the ability to get us out with an arcane circle if Cole and I would be okay with us using that if we need to make an emergency escape. So you wouldn't need to worry about coming in with your forces to protect us.
Galatar, can't you make us breathe underwater?
Yeah, I can also do that for 24 hours. We would be good.
You know, take the boat out a little ways and then go underwater, walk onto the beach.
I was planning on doing that anyway, so that'd be a good idea.
Plus, Galatar can, well, this is a lot of Galatar's abilities, but I can turn into creatures and carry people up the tower.
Mm-hmm. Do you know, do we need any special components, or will we need to learn anything for this ritual? Will we need to be the ones to do it when we take on the Lich King? Or Lich guy?
No, the goddess Duena is primarily a goddess of peace and healing and mercy. As such, her priesthood have few seasoned fighters within their ranks, but I have been working with one of them. I believe you've met him before, Father Kevin.
Father Kevin, I was just about to
Houses of
say.
Healing, a member of the Excelsior Guild.
We love him.
Good guy.
They were there when the island fell, and he had a chance to redeem himself by performing this ritual on his own. You will need to take him with you and protect him as you ascend the tower.
Yeah, I could keep him hidden.
Healed the one in the dress.
Protect him.
The difficulty will be not only in sneaking past the risen fleet and whatever dangers they've hidden in the waters offshore, but also approaching the tower, which is certainly to be guarded, and then ascending it secretly. It's all very complicated. And suddenly, you all hear from the doorway behind you a familiar voice in tone. Well, say no more, my dear friends. Your salvation is at hand.
Wow.
What's Birdie's response?
As you guys
Stone-faced.
turn, you see shimmering into visibility the figure of Zardoz Zord.
Bro.
Leaned
Okay,
against
that's
one of the
totally
walls,
unexpected.
arms crossed, legs kind of crossed akimbo. He lifts himself from the wall and just raises his hands in a gesture of ta-da and starts to
I don't have a
sashay
good
his way
poker
across the floor. The inspector
Yes.
has gone like white knuckle, gripping her fist on the table, and is like half risen, and you see Magnus reach out a hand and like stop her. And you hear Zardoz say, "Why, Inspector Keel, you look you're about ready to burst." And the inspector just says, "How did this trash get in here? Guards!" And you hear Captain Magnus actually raises a hand and says, "That's enough. I invited him. Stand down." What? This
Birdie goes,
lying,
ooh.
scheming pirate? Why, I have never represented myself as anything other than what I am, Inspector. An entrepreneur. And as such, I have a business proposition for you. I specialize in the acquisition and relocation of rare and exotic objects, materials, knowledge.
Unfortunately, the Lion Guard have historically frowned upon the import and export of such wondrous treasures, and my crew has been forced to conceal our transactions. As a result, however, I am uniquely situated to assist you with the recapture of your precious fortress. Magnus doesn't look in his direction, but raises his gaze to kind of stare across the table and just says, "You're trying my patience. What is it you're offering?" Well, I suppose I must be deranged, but I propose that I take my ship, a miraculously stealthy craft, and deliver your group of exceptional mercenaries to a secret location on Claw Island, known only to myself and my crew. We discovered it some time ago and have used it, albeit sparingly, as a brief resting stop on our many business ventures, not wishing to impose on the unwitting hospitality of the Lion Guard. Ellen can no longer contain herself and just pipes up, "Bullshit. If you made birth at Claw Island, we'd have known about it." Zardoz says, "My dear Inspector, you wound me. I have never been anything but honest with you and your representatives. As a gesture of good faith, let me enlighten you. There is a small cave west of the cliffs upon which Fort Stalwart stands, about 100 yards and nearly as deep below the surface, just off the coast. One can swim the length of this underwater cavern and arrive in a hidden grotto beneath the very foundations of your fortress. Over time, it has been excavated a bit to provide discreet access to the lowermost level of your high tower, where stores and provisions are kept," and he gives you a little wink, Bertie. "We have on occasion helped ourselves to a small portion of this bounty, but always left an appropriate compensation behind. I am no thief, despite what you may believe, Inspector."
Can I
Can I
get?
insight check him?
I was gonna say, can I get an insight check?
You guys want to roll insight? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have Foundry pulled up right now, so it's not gonna be on there. But I have.
Okay.
It's a 23 insight for old Bert over here.
Oh yeah, Bert.
And what is it you are trying to determine?
I'm trying to make sure he's telling the truth about this cave and that he has a secret way onto this island.
What's his
as
fucking
opposed to just
angle?
looking for a
Featuring?
good payday.
What's Keetri trying to determine?
Well, I got an 18. Keeptree wants to know, like, are his intentions good? Like, essentially, like, will he actually, like, do what he says he's going to do? Or is he, like, just, like, somehow trying to, like, get in on it to, like, fuck it up?
Okay. And with both of those insight checks, he does seem to be genuine. And you don't quite understand what his interest is. This seems like a pretty bad move on his part
One-sided deal.
at this juncture. But as you're kind of puzzling over it and watching this happen, the inspector just says, "I don't believe this, Captain." And she looks at Magnus, who just says, "Desperate times, Keo." And then he looks at all of you. Says, "Well, you'd be the ones putting your lives in his hands. What do you think?"
If Byron?
What's in it for him? Like he said he's a businessman. What's the profit?
Zardoz, what do you want to gain by doing this?
And Captain Magnus, with all due respect, you are the one who invited him here. What did you
I
promise?
wanted to hear what he had to say. But they make a good point. Mr. Zord, what's the cost? Oh, my dear Captain, I thought you'd never ask.
Did he react to Keetri saying his name?
I know. I was like,
I was gonna just
Name.
yeah, like
Do we know
Oh,
his
yeah.
name?
Introduced himself.
we do.
Zardoz?
Yeah, but he didn't introduce himself in this meeting.
He
Yeah, he
he
did.
did not say his own name at this meeting.
I
He-
thought
Oh,
that's
he
like-
what the
hasn't-
first thing he said when he came in.
No, he has not
I
said
don't
his
think he
own name.
said his name.
Oh.
But he did not react to having you say that, and Captain Magnus has now used his surname.
Hmm.
Okay, nobody else reacted, like Keel or Magnus, to like Keytree saying that name?
That is a good point.
Yeah, I was gonna say because Birdie's been playing this off like he doesn't know this guy.
I forgot we weren't
I mean,
supposed to know.
I'm
him.
not saying anything, but like,
Bro,
I
I
don't have a
fucking
poker face.
never forget that. This guy is
They-
like,
They rolled very low
Sure.
on their insight checks.
yeah, pretty buck wild scenario.
Well, he's
to
fucked
begin
with you more
here.
than anybody. It makes sense.
They're
You're
pretty
most.
much focused on this guy.
Okay.
And he
Okay.
just says, in exchange for services rendered, the Captain's Council will formally pardon both my crew and myself for past indiscretions. And you will allow us to continue our trade publicly. Under the watchful eye of the Lion Guard, you see it as Ellen Keel like starts to get up out of her chair again. Any and all goods that we may import will be passed on to you for inspection. Perhaps members of the Derman Priory would even be willing to assist in this arrangement. We want everything to be above board. But we would be the sole legitimate proprietors of such items within the city. And Ellen, she just bites her lip for a second. Effectively making you a merchant prince who controls the Orion artifact trade. Unofficially, perhaps, though, of course, any enforcement of this arrangement would, of course, be left in your most capable hands, my lovely Inspector.
Question. Did we all like, since he like popped out, did we react like, oh my God, there's this strange man like making himself like visible? Or did we all just kind of like, like, look, it's Zardoz?
I would say
That
you
would
all
have been the other thing that,
registered surprise, but none of you really said anything.
Yeah.
okay.
That could be
But that would be the
construed
only
either
thing.
way.
Yeah, of like, do they think we recognize him? But also like, or are they just like, they probably know about him by
I
now?
clearly recognize him.
Kala was more like rolling her eyes because he was just like trying to be a show off with
Yeah.
his ability. Like,
I mean, he's a little bit of a shithead. Anyway,
And Zardoz just says, have no fear. I am a man of limited ambition. Being a part of your Captain's Council and holding any true sway in this city requires very large, very public philanthropic expenditures here in the city. And I assure you, the only man I aim to enrich is myself. The bottom line, my dear Captain, dearest Inspector, the Risen are bad for business. Their master in ore, doubly so. Our interests in this matter are aligned, it seems, and what better way to make a fresh start? Completely legitimate.
can I insight check that he's just in this for himself and like he doesn't have a boss somewhere?
Make an insight check.
Ooh.
Good call.
Always someone pulling strings.
Not bad.
It will be enough to get past his plus 17 deception.
Fucking charisma up a wazoo.
Yeah.
Mm.
Probably got a 30 charisma score.
Right?
Ridiculous.
+6
deception.
modifier.
Birdie's the only person that can possibly insight check him.
Birdie v Zord 2021.
Yeah, whose deception is higher, I wonder.
It's a good one.
You and Zord could just become an amazing power couple, rule all of Lion's Arch and the entire kingdom of
And none
Ascalon.
of us would know it.
And
I feel like
Order.
We're too similar to be a couple, you know.
Mm,
Magnets repel.
that's fair.
Yeah, plus he's a little.
Over the
Yeah.
top.
Ah,
Yeah.
here it is. I had to dig for it. Hang on. Let's see.
Oh,
Insight is 20?
Yeah.
Hmm.
My life into pieces.
You gather that there are things that he is not revealing, but you're not quite sure what they are.
Okay.
Interesting.
Didn't you want to deal with the
You
duck?
mean the pirate mercenary isn't telling everyone the truth?
right? What do you mean?
Yeah,
Oh.
the things he's saying appear to be true,
Right,
but
there's
there's
something
definitely
we're
more
missing.
going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just getting the half truths.
How do you plan to get past their fleet? You said your ship is very stealthy, but I'm
Why, yes,
unconvinced.
it is. Zardar Zord, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr.
You can call me Bertie the Bard. Bertie for friends.
Mr. Bertie. An excellent question, if I do say so myself. I have the great fortune to have a miraculously stealthy vessel. I would, of course, be loath to reveal its nature entirely to those who I have for so long played a most enjoyable game of cat and mouse. However, if the captain were to insist, I would of course concede. And Magnus just looks at him, kind of nonchalant, says, "We need the details, or we can't trust the plan." Very well. It just so happens that on my employ, I have several very talented engineers. And over time, they have worked to construct a vessel I believe most singular in its capabilities. I have an ingenious Asuran inventor, someone from the most fabled College of Dynamics, I do believe,
It's gonna be a suffering.
and an Iron Legion engineer that had been turned into a gladium. Unfortunately, had lost all members of their warband. So unfortunate. But they have found new home with me in line, and our ship can travel not only upon the waves, but beneath them as well.
Ooh.
Oh.
I
Sorry.
aim to approach the island under the water, along the seafloor. I can bring your group of talented mercenaries here almost to the mouth of the cave itself, undetected. How does that sound, mon capitaine? He kind of looks very skeptically, turns his gaze to Steward Gix, the Asuran leader of the Priory. Does it sound like it's something that's possible? Gix has had his arms crossed the whole time, looking completely disinterested, and now he kind of peeked up his large, floppy Asuran ears, sort of lift a bit. Well, I suppose it's possible. In theory, I've seen people tinker with the idea. It normally ends up in a tragic death by decompression. People get crushed like being stepped on like an ant. But, you know, we have equally miraculous projects in the works, as you well know, so yeah, it's inside the realm of possibility, and he seems to be legitimate in his offering here, so worst case scenario, they all die a painful death, thousands or hundreds of feet beneath the sea, and we continue with the plan.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Trahearne then speaks up and says, "I think it's a bit more complex than that, but thank you, Steward Gix. If you'll take my advice, Captain, I believe you should accept this offer. Of course, this is your city, and I yield to your greater wisdom." "Well, I'll have to run it by the Commodore. Make sure that the particulars of this bargain are acceptable to he and the other members of the Captain's Council."
But I think they will see the greater wisdom if we succeed. Mr. Zord. Well, I am deeply sorry for surprising you. So Inspector, I have a flair for the dramatic, and I should not have sprung my presence on you so suddenly. I do hope someday you'll find it in your gorgeous heart to forgive me. See, she just makes a disgusted face and doesn't look at him. Well, I shall return another time to arrange the particulars with the Pact Marshal. This is the Trollskull Six, Mr. Bertie, sir. Always a pleasure to meet new people, and we shall be in touch, I do believe.
Oh, let me give you a card here. Bertie will pull out a card. Trollskull 6, if you ever need to get a hold of it.
He takes it with a flair.
Why, thank you. I shall treasure this.
Tucks it into his vest.
I bid you all a good day.
And he turns and just struts out, his cape swishing behind him. As soon as he's gone, the inspector just leans forward. I hate that man. I can't believe we're doing this. Alan, I'm telling you, if this is how we have to get this done, it's how we have to get it done. You know we have to take the island. I know. But him and them, I need
Hey,
now.
if I may, you have to agree to everything he said. I mean, you could give him everything he wants, but sole rights to the Orient artifacts. And sure, you give up quite a bit, but you're not giving up everything, because if we eventually rescue Or, you're basically giving this man the power and money to eventually control Lion's Arch if this is a town that runs on money. But if you allow other people into the trade, why not?
At that point, kind of sitting a little bit removed, like his chair pushed a little away from the table, Dorn Velasquez stands up and kind of leans forward, rests his hands on the table, and just says, excuse me, Inspector, I'd like to talk with you and your captain privately about this, but that is an excellent point, sir. I think it would be all right to accept this offer. Perhaps the Order of Whispers can work with you to ensure that the new arrangement isn't abused. And he gives her a curious look, and you see, like, she looks at him and then looks at the captain. Magnus kind of looks between them.
Can I insight check this interaction and try and surmise what are their eyes trying to tell each other?
You make an insight check, and it'll be a very high DC. This is one of the spy masters of the Order of Whispers.
I would just fly on the wall. Oh darn, I got a 17. Oh
17.
well.
You know, you've watched these strange humanoid creatures that don't have the natural world connection that you and your people have. You've watched them for several years. And you gather that this guy, he has some kind of plan. There's some benefit he thinks he can work out of this, and he just doesn't want to broadcast it and make it public knowledge. Why that is, you're not quite sure, but I mean, he is the master of a spy network, so it may just be force of habit. It's kind of hard to tell.
Fair enough.
Do you think we could just get to this cave on our own?
Did tell us the location, yeah?
We also can breathe underwater, and we have our own boat that collapses into a size of a...
Also,
I don't swim
theoretically,
very well.
Petri and I can both turn into creatures, and Brina has a cloak that lets her swim like a manta ray.
I agree, but the residents' defenses are pretty rough. I mean, if we're mounting a whole frickin' army for an island, I think we need all the help we can get. I don't like this guy. I think he's
Do you
sticky.
think that he would be helpful in actually, like, aside from getting us there, like, how will he be helpful otherwise?
If
I
you
don't
give
think he
Zardoz
offered anything else.
the terms of his agreement, he will stick to them. just
So
to
he
get.
will literally just take us there.
He didn't even
do
promise
nothing
us
else.
passage out. He only promises us passage there.
Yeah.
The inspector's just nodding as you're saying this. Exactly. He'll-
You're basically promising him the world for a 5-minute ferry ride. I mean, if we could do it ourselves and keep him from gaining this much power, I'd prefer it. But Bringer makes a good point. I mean,
Well,
he's certainly skilled.
we could jump off of a Lion Guard ship, swim from close to the
I
island.
still really don't want to swim.
I don't want to swim either, but
Dorn says, my scouts have worked to identify several traps and obstacles that they have placed around the reefs surrounding the island in the waters, so navigation will be dangerous. Each of the Lion Guard ships will be outfitted with a Whisper Scout to help navigate these threats. We will also be providing spotters to disembark with the Vigil troops and Lion Guard soldiers to kind of identify high priority targets during the battle so that we can take those out quickly, just to be as efficient as we can. My concern is that if you were to take a smaller, less defended ship, no cannon or other ordnance on it, and try to slip through during combat, it would be a relatively simple matter for several Risen to just break off in pursuit of you.
What if we went before combat?
Then you would be
I
all
mean-
alone amongst the entire Risen fleet.
But like, I mean, like shortly, like if we come in along the sea floor, just without a boat that Zardoz has, I mean, even those of us who aren't apt to swim, we could probably figure out a way to help get them in easier than that. Do we think the
how long would it take to swim there as some kind of animal?
You'd go, I mean, maybe 40
This is
feet
like
every 6 seconds.
Let's say
We were like
the
orcas.
better part of a day's sail.
Oh.
Like it's a long
One
Yeah,
one
it's-
polymorph is not
you
going to
can-
do it.
You can on a good
No. The
clear
polymorph
night,
would have to be close.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying is like I would transform, like we would get a certain distance and then we would just go in through
Yeah.
the water.
Is it safe? One polymorph's distance out from the island?
Polymorph lasts about an hour. I would have a greater swimming speed. It would depend.
Then we'd be
Certainly-
wet all
as
day.
you kind of look at the nautical charts,
Can't
and
prestidigitation
Velasquez and
get
the
rid of
others
that?
are showing you,
Just dirt.
they point out where the risen ships patrol and where some of the threats are, and they kind of explain like there are creatures from the deep that have been reanimated that are swimming in the waters. There are large, like bloated, spiny, membranous sacs that are like anchored to weights and floating at various depths surrounding the island, presenting hazards for creatures trying to pass through them and things like that, among other threats. And then there are like the actual ships that are patrolling in patterns. An hour out from the island is probably okay, though you probably be visible to them. And then during the approach, there are the underwater threats that you would have to contend with.
Yeah, I think the underwater all the way approach gives us like full cover, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Zardoz's offer is the easiest way to get in. It's just, I mean, I think we could do it ourselves. We would be a bit more tapped. Probably need to take a short rest at some point.
Yeah, I don't know the guy, but I feel like I feel like his offer is the best one we've got at the moment.
I mean, his
Because
offer is certainly the most expedient.
I think it is the best of the worst, you know?
We have no
I
good
would say
options.
we would want to make sure that I know he offered us to get us there. I would want it stipulated that he remain there until we come back.
I would want him to hold his position in his supposed secret cave,
I think the
at
longer
least to
he stays
ensure that we
there,
have an exit.
the more dangerous it is that they're gonna find him, though.
This is true.
Well, it's going to be dangerous for us on the island, so he can get on board, you know?
At
Well,
I
that
think
point,
we could probably teleport out. Maybe.
Oh, that's true. That's true
Yeah.
also.
We will
The-
have
the-
Father Kevin with us.
The
Yes.
Pact Marshal Trahearne kind of leans in amidst this discussion and just says, I do want to be perfectly clear. This is a deadly mission. If we are successful, the Lion Guard ships will be in control of the island and we will be able to ferry any survivors back to the city. If we fail, most or all of us, I assume, will join the ranks of the Risen.
Sounds good.
I would make a hell of a risen soldier.
So let
My.
us not fuck it
That is
up.
a terrifying thought.
Yeah.
Because you are absolutely correct.
Oh,
That's why we're not gonna fail.
Can they use magic after they're dead?
The Risen Prince, Alasal, is a lich. He is a powerful, potent magic user.
Mages are really good when they're dead and reanimated.
Kind of got no
All
tether
the
after
terrible
that.
secrets of ancient ore are his to command, I would assume.
I mean,
We've
Zardoz is
got Birdie
also...
with us. He's like an Orion Prince thing going on.
And
I
Ascalonian.
wouldn't.
Sorry.
Yeah, maybe that's like your long lost brother, great grandfather. Who can say?
Trahearne like gives you a once over. You don't look Orion.
I'm not Orion. I disguised myself once and they still don't. I don't think they understand.
He's
Ascalonian.
Ascalonian royalty.
I am
Not
Ascalonian.
Orion
he's
royalty. Yeah.
special.
The ghost of King Adelburn kind of hinted that I might be Ascalonian royalty, so there's that.
Or at least
He
have
raises an
Ascalonian.
eyebrow.
One of the other.
I mean, that did kind of happen. Yeah.
Right, I
Yeah.
hate to agree, but
We just
it's
ended the
true.
Foefire like a week ago.
There's been a lot.
I had a report from
Mm.
Tribune
From-
Brimstone about that. Yes, congratulations, that was quite a feat.
It's pretty cool.
One of the reasons I've called you here today instead of
Oh, crap.
Excelsior.
Oh, hey, speaking of, have you all heard anything from Penumbra?
Yeah, they said they'd been missing since they went to Ebonhawk. Nobody searched from them.
Not recently, no. Well, we have sent a search party to attempt to track them down, but
Weird.
they were
It's-
sent on a mission from Ebonhawk. Something about the branded ogres in that area.
Yeah,
But
Evan
they-
Hawk's terrible.
Haven't been heard
I've
from
heard.
in quite some time.
I'm a little concerned because I tried using a sending spell a few times to communicate with a couple different ones, and it was like it didn't even go through.
As have we.
Yeah.
Scrying didn't work either, although the brand can play havoc with spellcasting, so there's no telling really. We hope to locate them, but we shall see.
So, I think all of us are in it just for the good of doing it. But
Really?
I've got to bring it up. I know these people won't do it. I hate to be the bad guy here. Not that we require payment for this, but typically we like to reserve the right to, if there's any
Tombs to rob.
useful artifacts that we would
Tombs to rob.
find useful in our future work, so that we could perhaps could serve as like a finder's fee. If we
Oh, I mean, if you destroy a creature of the Orion dragon and it's carrying something of value on it, by all means, help yourself.
Yeah, are we legally
Perfect.
allowed to have those Orion
Sorry.
artifacts? That's
I
what
think
we're-
he just said
Orion
yes, so
dragon.
we're good there.
He turns to the inspector, who just goes,
She hates us so much.
"Fine,
It would
fine."
keep that guy you really hate from selling them.
Yeah, I don't like that guy much either. That might be the one thing we really agree on.
And Magnus like puts a big, massive, meaty Norn paw on her shoulder and says, "I think it's time we revisited some of our old statutes. We should go speak with the council."
All right.
All right.
So we go as Zord. Is that
I say
Yeah.
you let you do your little contract negotiation maybe, but I think Zord's our choice if your negotiations can go well.
Also, did you all have, I don't know, maybe some extra potions? I know you've got a lot of soldiers of your own, but we're kind of going to be stuck up the creek without the paddle, so to speak. So if you had an extra greater healing potion or two, probably would help.
Are we out of potions?
Well, we may need a couple of, like, I don't know, we're going to need to save our spells if I'm dealing with that
I
very
made-
powerful lich, right?
Oh.
I
Lich.
obtained one and got another. I made one and then got another this week. I would need more time.
I feel like we're good on potions.
I
Like,
I was completely out.
I would rather have one or two extra just in case we get into a hairy situation.
I'm
Yeah,
good on
okay.
potions.
How long
don't
until
know
we
if
are
I have
planning
any
on,
potions.
like, how many days or weeks until the Claw Island plan is executed?
How long do healing potions stay good for? Are there an expiration date?
Well,
Hopefully longer than frostbite.
assuming
Yeah,
you
hopefully
can be
longer than the
ready,
egg.
she looks towards the Pact Marshal and Trahearne just says, "Yes, assuming you can have your affairs in order, we will send the fleet out in 3 days' time."
3 days. Okay.
I could potentially get more healing potions.
Could you do
I
one
didn't
more
have
regular,
enough-
I guess?
I
Yeah,
couldn't
one
make any more, but could I make a regular healing potion in 3 days?
I
thought
think
it's
you
like-
can make it in one.
more. Yeah, I think it's one or
Oh,
two.
then I
Big
could make
three.
3 more regular healing potions. I can make 3 more regular healing potions.
that'd be good. I
and
mean,
if
it's
I
good
work-
to
Yeah.
get somebody up. Yeah.
If I work with
Right.
Melandru's, if I work with Fallon
making
at
death saving
Melandru's
throws.
Grace, I can potentially get us even more there.
I just want to make sure we save yours and Bertie's healing spells as much as possible, especially your greater restoration.
Yeah, the healing potions, honestly, like they're great, but like if Kitri or I go down, that's I think where it's gonna be pivotal is to get us up so we can
Yeah.
start
Yeah.
wheeling and
I
dealing again.
also
We have
don't
the
know if
prayer
we'll have time for a
beads
short
now too,
rest.
right?
But I
That's
think
the-
Kitri needs them.
Do I
Yeah.
need to attune to those?
Yes.
I think so.
Mhm.
I am running out of places and things to attune.
I think that's a
level
greater
play.
and a lesser restoration.
Do I
For
actually
free.
physically possess the beads? Did I
Yeah.
write those down?
I say I think
Yeah.
so because
you were the only
who
one
can
who could use them.
Mhm.
Yeah. None of
Well
us have a
then,
use for them.
necklace of prayer beads.
Did I put that in here?
From whoever, if I could get a drawing of what these minions look like within the next 3 days, that would help in terms of planning out my disguises.
The Lightbringer, Dorn, turned to, absolutely, I can get you that. My spies have seen them, so I can
Yes,
have someone draw up several.
please
Uh,
do.
Dawn, did any of your
Uh,
spies learn anything about their abilities or anything that you could tell us? Like if they have a particular affinity or weakness to anything? I know you mentioned a couple of higher ups in addition to the Lich.
Holy water, for
Not really.
instance.
They
Right.
Bring your water gun
They're-
with holy water.
pretty vicious, feral even, resilient, hard to kill. As far as we're aware, no weaknesses. We didn't really engage them in combat so much as observe them. But
Everything
from the reports
falls
we
to
gathered
fire.
from when they took the island, yeah, I'm pretty sure fire hurts them. Yeah, so
Is
So
this
if we
a holy
kill them-
water situation? Where
Imagine
they're
with the
like
lich.
undead?
they are absolutely undead creatures.
All
And
right, let's get some holy
Trahearne
water.
just says, yes, absolutely.
If we kill them, do they stay down or do they rise back up after a certain amount of time?
Oh, the holy water. Splash, splash.
Trahearne says, holy water will certainly hurt them. These are creatures raised through some extreme type of necromancy, but doing enough damage that they sort of disincorporate prevents them from being raised once again, over
Oh.
and over.
That's good.
Blow
Yeah.
them to bits.
As I would suggest, if you must engage, hit them, and hit them hard. You should be wary. There are in ore when you near the ruins of Ara, the holy city. The dragon has specialized creatures in its command. There are large, bulbous, shambling horrors stitched together from several other types of creatures. And there are wraiths, shadowy creatures of shadow and dark emotion that float on the breeze and suck all joy out of the world around them. They force you to relive your worst memories. And to be in their very presence
Done that recently.
chills your heart as well as your flesh. Hopefully none of them have come to Claw Island. They tend to stick nearest to the dragon.
Yeah, totally. None of them are there.
There's no jinxing it now.
Velasquez speaks up once again and says, there is a rumor. My scouts were unable to substantiate it, but survivors of the fall of the island described a lesser dragon. This is something similar to what attacked this tower earlier in the year. Another undead creature vomiting acid and tearing up stones from the ground that could fell a normal man. We haven't seen it around the island in our scouting, so I can't speak as to whether it's there or not, but it was involved with the taking of the island, so be on the lookout.
Right. Do we have anything else, I guess, to discuss, or are we good?
I have some things to get in order, but I think we're good here.
Yeah, I'd
Ready?
like to
If
finish
we're
up a couple things, but yeah.
Dawn, do you have a second? Could I talk to you for just a moment?
Sure.
And kind of going off to the side with Dorn, I want to give him like a quick description, which I'd already told the other member of the Order of the Whispers about Willow, about that guy who I tried to scry on. And I just want to, the councilman for Divinity's Reach, who is off in his home estate, but that nobody had been able to like talk to in person.
Cauticus.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
guy.
the legate minister. The chief
Yes.
Minister.
Yes. So I just wanted to mention to Dorn very quickly, and I won't RP it, what I had seen of him that I had mentioned it to Will, and ask if once we're done with this and he can spare a few people, if they can kind of look into that, because I'm a little worried about what could potentially be going on there.
He says, yes, I'm glad you brought that up. So, our agent in the city, they've been trying to keep tabs on the legate minister. He went to ground in his hometown, in his palatial manor. Apparently he lives in some opulence there on the back of the tax-paying citizens. It seems that he has fled the city. No one saw him go, and we're having trouble tracking him because he seems to be obscured from scrying magic. The last we saw, as far as being able to pick up his trail based on rumor and hearsay, he was heading west. Out
Toward
of
Leavenhawk?
Crichton lands. No, that's east.
Oh, that's east, okay.
He was heading west. The last report we had is someone thought they saw a man matching that description passing by Fort Salma. It's a Seraph outpost in the Kessex Hills region. And they told us he was heading west. We're not sure if it's him. We haven't been able to confirm that or refute it. But that region of the Kessex Hills and the area around Fort Salma, that's the last bastion of Crichton civilization. The official dominion of the Crichton crown ends shortly after, and it just turns into wilderness until it rises up into the Maguma wastes that eventually lead into the Maguma jungle.
Okay. It's good to know. Thank you. If you have any other information or if I can be of service, please let me know.
Absolutely. The Countess is keen to follow him, so between the Shining Blade and our recruits,
I'm sure we'll find something eventually.
Yeah, if we can lend a hand, we will, or at least I will.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll be sure to share that with the Countess.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else they want to accomplish?
No, I'm good.
It's probably like I want to go shopping for stuff before our but we can do that at the beginning of the next session.
Yeah. Or if you want to put in teams what you're looking for, I can kind of hit you back and forth while I'm on vacation, while I'm planning all this.
Essentially, because like the gist is like because I've already clicked Keytree off of the Staff of the Adder and the Whisper Stone,
You undid Staff of the
Okay.
Adder?
so that I could have the prayer beads
was
and
a
the
prayer beads.
elemental thing. Because
Okay.
honestly, the prayer beads and the elemental, like honestly, those are pretty freaking handy.
Pretty dope.
And
Yeah.
Staff of the Adder was only good if it like actually hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so my gist is that if Keytree can go shopping for like maybe not a magic quarterstaff or something she has to attune to, but something that would deal maybe just a little bit more damage when she's got to like thwack people. But she's only proficient with like I guess simple, like the simple druid weapons.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I can
little
have
things that deal very little damage.
basically.
Yeah.
So
It's
There
all
are a
about the
ton of
spells.
short swords hanging up around the manor.
I don't think I can. I don't even.
A short
can't
sword
even
is
use
a
a short
simple
sword.
weapon.
It's simple. It's a simple weapon.
It's not on my list of
Oh,
things I
okay.
can use.
Yeah, she may not be proficient with simple
With
weapons.
simple
She
weapons?
might just be proficient
Oh.
with staves, sickles, and daggers or something.
Yeah.
I think it's just. I think it's like a. There. It's like druid.
Welcome to the spell team. The
Yep.
only spells.
Don't get
Yeah,
any
yeah.
simple
So-
weapons.
so
Bye.
Do not do
druids
melee
are-
combat.
Druids are proficient with clubs, daggers, darts, javelins, maces, quarterstaves, scimitars, sickles, slings, and spears.
I have a sling if you
What?
want to
a
use
You
it.
were
scimitar.
proficient with far more weapons than me.
Those
That's
are cool.
A scimitar.
I think you have some scimitars hanging around, don't you, Kala?
No doubt.
I have falchions. I don't think I have anything that technically counts as a scimitar.
We had that one scimitar, but it was cursed
I-
or whatever.
Have a
I guess I
morning
also
star.
have just like I can just use my regular quarterstaff, but I want Keytree to go shopping and if there was something that she could get. But
Yeah, does anyone make like +1 quarterstaff?
I don't know. Let me write that down.
Weird thing.
I gotta hop off here soon, guys. Do we want
I
to
gotta go too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Get our
see
next
when we're
one
playing
scheduled.
next?
Yeah.
Yeah,